So HR, yes.
Okay. Teachers. It's part time now. I mean, but usual. I'm not sure because if you have more students, then you might need to. Right now they're doing part time.
I'm just asking because you know the background, then I can run faster or they,
I
have to go in the.
I don't have any experience
Experience
in HR.
Okay.
It's just that I want to know. You know, actually, international HR is how to manage even our own staff or the management.
Actually, HR is managing our staff. International HR, you actually have a diversified workforce. That means saying, no, not necessarily. It can be in your organization, but you have workers from foreign countries. Because their systems, their cultures, their rules, regulations are different. Like for example, if you have recruited and selected to Singapore, lecturer to teach your field, no, their requirements are slightly different because the environment, working environment is different, culture is different. Yes, you have to understand. Alright, let's develop
the book.
because when you develop the data policy, it is something that you have to take into consideration of their culture, their policies, their rules and regulations. Because like I used to work in Singapore, and the culture is very much different than how we work here. I would say 5 minutes can bring on up. Correct?
Yeah, like, hey, I was to come to Shanghai.
Are you wanted to share again?
Always say, I'm coming.
Okay. Wait. Hold on.
So that's the thing. Yeah. So when a foreigner comes to Malaysia, they basically get culture shock.
Sorry?
Yeah, very
Kavita?
yeah. It was a relief for me.
No, clear lah, no clear, sound clear.
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
Okay.
So say for example, today from past 9:30. I could have been here actually by 8 o'clock. And the students would have been here by 7:30. Because they're very, in the sense it's very kiasu. They don't miss the whole. So for the work out there, it's like different. So if you come there, yeah. So I was here quite early, and I was asking the gentleman, I'm going to use my own laptop because I have more information, or else I have to download it and all those kind of things. But he said, I get upset with me,
I came early. And sometimes, especially Sunday, when I came on before 9, it's exactly 9. So I was standing outside and wait.
but that's culture.
No, that's
That's the culture.
If you are working with
It's a five-star building.
yes, they don't have even the shop they close.
We are like, only after 5 people.
Miss Helen, you're working with.
I just only had it. I work in health university.
Oh,
Yes.
So,
I was working here many years ago, for 6 years.
but you're teaching.
I teach in health College of Arts and Technology that is in Chan Sao Lane, and we also commute to Badarang Sarang. From Badarang Sarang Island, yeah. Our contract of employment is.
My teachers know the ages that you have final degree.
Oh, okay. Badarang Sarang.
Yeah. Four of them. One is in early childhood, the other two in finance, one in accounting. Final degree already.
That's totally fine.
You need to find the lecturer and say, this area you would like to do.
No, the volume also.
What's that? You know, ask the lecturer.
Actually,
Oh, the gentleman,
the guy.
Actually, that, this is just our own one.
Harry, sir? Saya belum sampai lah.
Belum sampai ya? Shane, Sisi, Miss Helen can you ask her to stand beside so we can see Is it Miss Helen?
Yes, yes.
Hi, Miss Helen, we are from JB. So can you, on this position, we can see you.
But am I supposed to stand like this for the rest of my life?
No, I mean, Lamiji to position you, we can see you.
Yeah, it has to be a little wider, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, or else, it stops my movement. You are, Mr.?
Abu Bakar.
Oh, Abu Bakar. Okay.
Yeah.
Left a bit. Cannot see her. Left a bit.
You're from where?
Left. Okay, good.
Is the volume very loud?
Yeah. My God, Miss Helen know or not how to switch the button?
Oh, which one? This one? This camera? Okay.
Click button again.
Okay. Can I do it one time first? Okay. Okay, so I will write something on the whiteboard, and I finish the writing of the whiteboard, then I just press back, it goes back here. Okay. And tomorrow you will be here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Lisa, how are you? Wow, Lisa, how are you? Oh, Mia, I'm still in bed. It's very difficult. My ex-friend. Not ex-friend, but ex-colleague.
So you will take a attendance sign for the promotion. Submission of attendance grade will bring the last
Di sini tadi.
That's what I just.
Siapa minta?
Oh.
Tunggu nampak turun.
Yeah.
Yang dia masuk saya tak.
Biasalah.
Ini pun dah biasa.
So that's not is already so many
Yeah.
So do I start?
You can start. You start. It's up to you.
Because I start punctually. Because I finish punctually also. Okay. Now because I was just thinking that we could just start our class punctually and we'll end punctually. So late Thomas, it's not my fault, correct? Okay. Thank you so much. You've been working before?
Not much.
Not much.
Voluntary.
Oh, voluntary. Okay. So Iris, can I start? Because I have only 2 out of 11 or 12, but it's like 9:35. Or can I wait for 5 minutes?
Okay. I try to call the rest.
The side also not.
Yeah, that's right. So I see.
Because the slides Shane haven't uploaded. That's why we're waiting for Shane also.
Download what slides?
The slide into the portal. They haven't shared with the students.
You haven't got your slides yet? All the topics?
I log in
You can? Because this is just that I summarize from that 12 chapters, Because it's to give you the 12 chapters in detail is going to be like a 14 weeks class. So basically I summarize it into 33 slides.
I think it's inside.
Because when I opened your portal, I downloaded the slides.
Oh.
I downloaded your slides.
Yeah.
That's about 11 topics or 12 topics you have. I downloaded your case studies, everything. All the materials are downloaded. You couldn't download?
I don't have the
No,
link.
because he's a new student, isn't it? So he has to take time to register. And also activate this.
Oh, my dear. This 2 days class, we will be doing 3 case studies or assignments and we're finished.
But you try to ask them later.
Yes.
Yeah, because we have a case study for your final, which definitely I want to discuss it tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to discuss with you the assignments, assignment requirements and everything. And today we will do our lecture. I try to finish it by 3 to 4 hours, and then I want to give you a sample on how to go about doing it. So then only you will get yourself ready, or else you will not have. With these 2 days, you cannot. I just can't cover a textbook of everything, which is impossible. If someone tells me they can finish it, that's impossible. So while we are doing the case study, you basically will get a lot of information. Because I only see one student there. So this is not good. My class starts at sharp 9:30. Even help, I don't care. If I have 30 students and I have only 5 at the time, I will start at 9 sharp. And there are times I will just 9:15 lock the door. Then you show me your face from there. You know, and if I feel pitiful, then I open it. I mean, when we start working, punctuality is important. So we have to.
If I have to
Yes, especially today when it is the international HRM, we're having actually workers from different countries. Hi, good morning. So when you have workers from different countries, some countries are very punctual people. Were you able to download your materials?
Yes.
Yes, huh? Okay.
Yes.
So later probably you're going to ask, because that materials are very important for our discussions. Okay? Yeah. Because if you have not read the case studies, it will delay our discussion. If I'm not mistaken, in the portal, you also have my email address, my personal email address, okay? So if you have any questions, just email to me. It's much easier. Sometimes I forget to open your portal, then I may not be accessible to it, correct? So if you drop me an email, normally I open my email between 7:30 in the morning right up to 5 p.m. So if you send it after 5, then I will open it next day. Okay, but if you send me by 7:30 in the morning, I'm always in the work, and I will try to reply back. If it is a short answer, if it is too long, I will just acknowledge your email and say I'll return back to you later. Okay?
So let's say the assignment that we have to.
You have done your assignment. Do not upload it into your portal first. Do let me have a look at it first. I'm not going to mark it, but if it is not on track, then I will highlight to you what is not on track.
Okay.
Okay, and then you basically rectify it before you upload.
Yeah, true.
Okay, don't upload it first, because once you upload, then no, I don't think so. We can download it and basically rectify it. Okay, so you just send it to me by the email, and I'll check. But don't send me today 7:30 and say, excuse me, please return it back 9 o'clock. I also work full time. Okay, so let me read it. And after I read it, there is actually some mistakes and all that. I'll give you some comment. Okay, which paragraphs and whatever, and then you rectify it, and then you resubmit it. Okay.
So do we need to resubmit to you again?
No. You don't have to, as long as you rectify. But if you feel you're still not 100% sure,
We always submit one set. Because the copy is something problem. I have two times I uploaded and still they didn't receive at the end of the day. So one week then they tell me you didn't submit your assignment.
oh, I see. Okay, fine. Then the final one, then you please write that's the final copy. Because I downloaded many of your copies, and I wouldn't know which one is the final one. Huh? Okay, yeah. Then I'll mark it and send it back to your. I think I can start. I'm not sure I can start. Normally, do they start sharp? No.
No, because the students are not really. I mean, they don't make for everyone, but
At least 50%, huh?
40%.
At least 40%. Okay, Mr. Lim, where do you work, Mr. Lim?
I'm working in Bin and Boat is a event and organizer.
Okay. So do you have any background under the HR?
No,
No.
actually.
I'm just asking because then I go in a little bit of the definitions seriously. Because if you don't understand, is it too cold?
Yes, it is. Let me just.
You are?
You guys in back JV, is the attendance full? Can I start? Still short of two. Just an announcement, make sure by afternoon you have the downloaded case studies. Okay, so because we will be doing the case study in the afternoon one. Okay, so make sure you have the LVMH, that is Louis Vuitton case first. We use it for trial. Okay, we'll use that for trial. And tomorrow, we will basically look into your assignment question, which, have you seen your assignment questions? You have not seen, okay. Please have a look at it. And then today, before you go home, I basically will break you into 2 groups or 3 groups and make you do some research work. Okay, if you are able to, okay, and then we will come and discuss it, because your assignment work is basically you have to analyze 3 countries, HR. Yes. Yeah, so for us, all of us to do the research in 3 countries is going to be difficult. So we will do delegation, okay, different groups to do different so-called analysis, and then we'll bring the analysis together tomorrow. Okay, and your final exam case study will be Nokia Siemens joint ventures, merger. You have it? Okay. Now, please make sure you have those materials for our easy access towards discussions. Okay. Yes. So they will come back later. Okay, thank you. So I think we will start our class now. It's already like 9:45. So we will do the topic called International Human Resource Management. So it's 2 parts basically. One is the word international. One is the word international, and one is basically human resource management. Now, this slide is my own slide. It's a combination of all your 11 to 12 chapters that is uploaded into the system. For me to go through all the 11 to 12 slides, chapters, I don't think so I can. Okay, so I have summarized the important issues, which I definitely not what do you call that, doing something to say I'm not going to teach you certain things and all that, but I cover all the topics of the 11 to 12 slides, but they are summarized version. Okay, now when we talk about international HRM, okay, do you guys know what is HRM? Don't tell me it's human resource management. What is HRM? It's actually managing people in our organization. Okay, it's managing people in our organization, utilizing these people in our organization so that we achieve the goals of the company. Yes, because you see, like for example, today the goals of the company is going to be to increase profit, correct? So we are going to be producing products that are related to our customers and all those kind of things. And who your people in your company. So the people is will manage them very, very seriously, that we get the right person in the company with the right attitude, with the right skills. Okay, so human resource management is managing people in organization so that we are able to achieve our goals and our strategy. Now, say for example, I'll give you an example. Like, you are an organization that's very customer oriented. I'll help you. You are supposed to recruit, select, train people who are very customer oriented. So if you recruit and select someone and you look at someone doesn't have the personality of extrovert, if you ask, what is your name? I'm Helen. It's a sign, don't take this person. It's simple sign, not that we are discriminating this person, never, we are not discriminating, but this person doesn't suit our organization. If you smile, they look at you, do I know you? It's not a nice person. I mean, nice in terms of character, that's a different issue, but this person fit into our company because our company's goal is what? What we want to achieve. Our objective is customer satisfaction. So even if the customer is going to tell me, Helen, you are STUPID, probably I will just say, I think so. Because customers are different. So that helps you to recruit, to with you see, the attitude is the most difficult thing. If we cannot, then we have to basically recruit people as best that suits our organization. So what is HRM? It's managing of people to make sure that we actually attain the right organization at the right time also, because we don't want to have more people or less people in the company. Now, what is international HRM? This is when your organization is a multinational company. When your organization is an international business. You have businesses all over the world. So are you going to use the same policy, rules, regulation to actually have the same thing? Oh, okay, Malaysia. The headquarters is in Malaysia. Are we going to use the same rules and regulation in America, in China? Because definitely it's going to be different. Why is it different? Why is it different, my dear people? Different culture. Different economic situation, different political system, legal system, different technology. Probably if you work in countries that are like Singapore or very well developed country, a click of button, everything is done. Automation is there. Or you can work in Japan, systems are different. So you cannot use the same policies, rules, regulation. Then worst part, since you are a multinational organization, you also will have workers of different diversity. Like we have from where? Iran. Kazakhstan. Oman. from Nigeria, Malaysian, I'm also Malaysian Indian. But you're Malaysian Indian, that's Malaysian Chinese culture is different, correct? So all of us here today are together, but our goal is to make sure that we become very successful. We pass our international HRM with flying colors. Correct? We are different culture, different country, different nationality, different things, but our goals are still the same. So now, since I know you guys, I don't want to say anything that's sensitive. Probably I may not like Kazakhstan people, then I don't want to say it today. Right? You know, I'm just joking. Okay. You know what I meant? Like, oh, you know what? Okay, you know what? Oh my, it's all very dangerous country. You know, but I don't want to say it because why? Why we don't want to say it? Because we must be sensitive to the culture, to the needs of our workforce. Yeah. So we want to manage in such a way that this diversity that we have will enhance our productivity, will enhance our contribution. We don't want to see something which is negative. We don't want to be having this culture that is called ethnocentrism. Now, what is ethnocentrism? I'm Indian. Indians are good. Anybody else, disastrous. So if you tell me something, I will say, oh, I don't know. The way I work is different. I'm Indian. These are my rules and regulations. So we don't want to be in this 21st century in getting what you call globalization to be so ethnocentric. So we want to be more open-minded, more broad perspective, that there are many things that are quite nice in your country, many things quite nice in our country. Okay, we use all these skills that we have together and enhance our organization. So what is international human resource management? Is managing diverse workforce from different countries. So many people will say, we will standardize the rules and regulation. I'm not saying bullshit about it. It's very difficult for us to standardize. Probably some technology we can standardize, but there are certain things we basically will do it differently. Like if you work in countries like very developed, you know, the American organizations, they're very open, you know, they're very direct people. You know, I used to work many years ago in one company in Malaysia, but they are MNC, American-based company. You know, the first day I entered into the organization, they used the 4-letter word. The first day, I was like, no, I've never my entire life, Malaysia was my life. And then when someone told me the 4-letter word, and please, that's the door I get out, I was like, how rude this fellow can be. I felt like taking the hammer and definitely I will hammer you one day. I was just thinking like that, I will definitely hammer you one day. Because you're so insensitive about the culture. Yeah, culture, but 25 years ago, who cares about culture, correct? Okay, they don't want to integrate because they always have this ethnocentrism and all that. So if today I work in an American company, it's slightly different. They are more accommodative to the Malaysian culture, and they do a lot of changes. So what is international HRM? It is just managing people if you have a diverse workforce, and if you have organizations which are in many different countries. So the function is still the same. Recruitment is recruitment. But now your recruitment is worldwide recruitment. Because while you're using online, everybody can, you know, you blast your ability. So your source is basically the global people. Global people, you're going to get the best worker. But when you have best worker, then the compensation changes also. Then you have a best compensation and development. So the functions are exactly the only thing that we look into is basically how we carry out these functions. Okay, is it clear? Human, that's the definition, the process of procuring, allocating, effectively utilizing human resource in an international business is called international human resource management. So procuring, allocating, or effectively utilizing is in all organizations. The only thing now we do it in different countries. Okay. Now, when we talk about international HRM, then comes this word called expatriates, because you may be sending workers to foreign countries, you may be getting workers from foreign countries. Okay, so you have expatriates. So you have a new terminology. If you're a local business, you don't have expatriate. But if you are an international organization, you will basically have expatriates. Okay, so have you ever worked with expatriates? So have you encountered difficulties in working with expatriates? Can you share me one issue? One difficulty that you experience?
I can share now.
Okay.
The difficulty was observation. Because like the organizational, especially in hotel line, there are a lot of expatriates in the high positions.
Yes, high positions, yes.
So these people from European countries, they usually have less strict hierarchy. They still can with the people from lower rank. This huge gap between them.
Okay, so they're not very hierarchical. Okay, they're not very hierarchical. Okay.
But here in Malaysia, when people, local people address someone from higher position, they usually feel this gap between them. They feel that they have to behave in a certain way. They can't be very open. They have to show respect.
Observe that. Is it good or bad?
And because they approach these people, but people get how come my boss?
Yes, correct. If my boss is going to come, Helen, let's tea. Why are you calling me? Are you going to ask me to do more work? Now this is basically the culture differences you have basically, because the Asian countries, they are brought up in terms of very hierarchical. So as our hierarchy, the respect increases. Okay, so if I go to my boss' room and say, hello Chung, probably he'll flip and flop from his chair and say, excuse me, I'm Dr. Chung, the CEO of the company. Okay, so you are supposed to call me Dr. Chung. And when you come, you just can't just say hi. You have to say good morning, sir, and have to sit and all those kind of things. Okay, so that's one aspect which is different. So like for example, like me going to a different country, I may be calling my boss sir, and he'll be like, excuse me, can you just call me my first name, which I'm not comfortable. Correct? Okay, but now you will find, because of the exposures of people of different cultures and all that, we also quite the sense that we see, I have a colleague of mine who is he's from Italy, and we have which is called Paolo, because we understand he doesn't like to be called doctor. He doesn't like his hierarchy. So he will come to us and he will say, hey, Helen, life is, and initially it was quite difficult for us, but later on we understand culture. So this area of expatriate, you will have working colleagues who are expatriate, and you are supposed to understand them. You have to breathe them, how to take care of them, what policies you need to do in order for you to basically utilize them to the maximum. I'm saying, don't exploit your workers. Exploitation is different. Using or utilizing them, that is the different. Okay, so the mechanism of how they work, basically, who is an expatriate is someone who works in that country, the nationality of that country. The higher your position, that's expatriate. The lower the position. So we do have workers from Indonesia cleaning our office. We have from Cambodia, which we have. We don't. we normally tell them, or the American, which uses alien. I do not know why. These are alien workers, and you're like, they're not aliens actually. But we don't address it. This is not under the definition of a textbook, but it is the norm. Culture. Okay? Now, when we talk about globalization has forced HRM to have international. So today, your workers normally have international knowledge. You do not have workers who sits under the shelf and not know this word and not know what is the culture and system and all those kind of things. So you love the culture, they are not going to, where are you from? Where is it from? We're not going to ask you. If we ever ask you something wrong with them, because simple reason, we are exposed to the globalization. So the more global you are, the more knowledge integrate. But the less global, less you are not integrated in the international business, then it becomes very difficult. So when you recruit and select someone, if you ask, have you ever been out of Malaysia? No, for the past 50 years I've been in Malaysia, and past 50 years I've been in Kamandu. It's a very dangerous thing for you to recruit and select person, because and the word, so it becomes a little problem. Sometimes I conversation and I ask them, well, do you, especially for our international student departments, you know, you have exposure, you know, Helen. So we have international students, and we want to recruit someone and select someone who has that international knowledge. So they cannot, you know, so they know how to deal with. Because our tone of volume is all different, our mannerism is different and all that. I had a student of mine from Iran. Initially, this guy, and called him, okay. So one day I told him, you have to come punctually, you know, you have to come class 9 o'clock, don't come 11:30 and say I'm late when the class starts at 9 o'clock. He stood up and told me, you as a woman don't tell me. So I told him, you're asking for trouble. I will carry you now and throw you through the window. I said, try me, I said, try me. He got a shock. He said, how you will do that? I said, I'm also an army trained person. For 3 years I know it very well, the technique of carrying you, even your big size before you come. After that, he just said, then we are good friends. After 2 years, we are very good friends. And once I asked him, how dare you tell me this? No, you know, in my culture, you know, women don't scold me. You see, women is always down. My mother has never scolded me. You were the first woman who told me out to go from the class. So it was like, it's a shock for me, but he didn't realize that I've also been teaching 18 years, and 18 years I've been teaching many different country students, and I basically know them very well. Nigerian students, I also know. Okay, because Nigerian students, they have very loud voice, and they like to use this, miss, you know? They like to tell me, miss, you know? Then one day I told them, what do you mean by miss, I know? You think I don't understand English? Then they told me, no, miss, it's my culture asking you whether you understood what I said. Can you understand? I'm just relating it to, because you have to be open. You have to have that global perspective, or else we will have that very misunderstanding. Okay? And effectively utilizing service of people at both corporate office and the foreign plant. You see, now you're a multinational company. You have your headquarters in one country, your subsidiaries in different country. So you don't have got no choice but to interrelate subsidiary. For example, you know, if I'm going to talk to someone in China, then I'm going to no, it's a style, correct? Or if you talk to Malaysian people, they always use this word la. You know, if you don't use the sentence with la, you're not English. Even when I go overseas, I say, oh, my brother, la. We use the word la to connect ourselves. So we want to utilize, we want to make sure that we're able to use people and interrelate and interact with other people in our subsidiaries, okay? Because as we use people from the subsidiary, it will enhance our effectiveness and all that. So when we talk about international, this is what we meant by. We have managing the expatriate, we have the globalization of the workforce, and we basically have utilizing of people from the subsidiaries, okay? Now, when you talk the same thing, you have a certain terminologies that you have to know because sometimes you have it in your textbooks or what. Home country national. Home country nationals are your parent company workers. Your parent company workers. Okay, so parent company workers, that means say for example, Mantisa's headquarters is in Myanmar, then Myanmar is the parent company. Or it is in not Johor, sorry, in KL, TTDI, then this is the headquarters. We call it the home country national. The people working in this company is called the home. Now the host country is when you have the subsidiaries in another country. Okay, and third country national these they may come from any other country. Say for example, Mantisa is in Malaysia. The Mantisa workers are home country national. Okay, now we may have foreign workers who are coming. They may form the subsidiary that is the host country nationals. Okay, say for example, I think Mantisa has some dealings with Myanmar, so those people there are the host country. So if you don't belong to Malaysia, you don't belong to Myanmar, you belong to any other country, then we call it as a third country national. So when you use the word national is the people, country, then it's the thing. Okay, so home country for your Mantisa will be Malaysia. Myanmar is the host country. Any other people that's coming from any other countries besides these two countries, we call it the third country. Okay. Now, when we talk about international HRM, we do have a lot of characteristics. These are some of the characteristics in general. You have more activities when we talk about international HRM, because then you're talking about expatriate, you're talking about visa, you're talking about taxations, you know, okay, you're talking about housing allowance, you're talking about a lot of things. Even children's schools, because your expatriates may come then ask you for international schools and all those kind of things, okay? You need a broader perspective, okay? You have to look at things very global. And basically, we are a little bit more busybody. You see, the normal HR only wants to know your name, your this and all that. We even want to know your spouse. You have a girlfriend. Not that we are so concerned about your wife and your husband or your wife, but then we want to know whether how many children you have, is your wife working because or your husband is working, because sometimes when we offer expatriations, you don't want to go, not that you don't want to go, but your wife doesn't want to go. Your wife may not, she's working, she's very career oriented, so when she leaves, she may not have a job. Or your kids don't want to go. They're not very young. They're what, 10 or 12 years old. They say, no, we're not coming because, you know, new country, we have to have new friends and all that. We're quite accustomed to here and all that. So that's why we are a little bit on your personal life. Are you living with your extended family, like your parents are not feeling well? Because sometimes I do remember, like sometimes health asks us, hey, you guys, please go to Cambodia to lecture. I always say, no, I cannot. Then they say, why you cannot? I say, Saturday, Sunday, you know, I have 2 souls at home with my kids. I have to take care of them. If somewhere around here is okay, but if going overseas is quite difficult because we go for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month. So that's a little long thing. So a lot of my colleagues get chance, especially the single ones. Whereas if they ask me, no, then I told them, after 10 years, you can ask me. Okay, probably these kids are big, and then I don't bother anymore, you know, I can go and all that, okay? Then one day they told us, you better be careful, Helen. If you don't go, your bonus will not be thick. Then we say, okay, now we'll go. Okay, but it's not willingly I want to go because simple reason, I have some personal life to be taken care of and all those kind of things. So that's why we are a little bit busybody. We want to know. Sometimes we even do what you call that. We interview you to know whether you're actually ready to go for expatriation. Many people think, I love to go. It's not that you're going for a vacation for 2 weeks because you know you're coming back. But expatriate, it's 2 years, 3 years. If you're not successful and you come back, there is a black mark there. Went to UK, came back within 1 month. Failed person. And it will affect our performance. Yes, it will affect our performance. It will affect everything because sometimes we are very that kind of, even things happen 10 years, we can remember. That's everything that's bad we can remember, good we don't remember. You know, that kind of situations and all that. So that's why we want to be a little bit busybody in that area. Okay, and then changes in emphasizing as the workforce mix of expatriates and local area. Okay, now what does it mean here is basically our workforce is so mixed. Like in health, we have colleagues of Iran lecturers, we have from India, we have from Philippines. My direct HOD is a Filipino. My superior, which is a UK, and my colleagues are Italian. So sometimes when you work with this group of people, it's not easy. Okay, because their mannerisms are different, rules, regulations are different, and all those kind of things. Okay, like they go. I'll give you an example. We have invigilations. Exams. We have invigilations. My expatriate lecturers, they bring a cup of coffee, and then while invigilating, they drink and they invigilate. We Malaysians. Very seriously looking at the students because these people are very relaxed. Because in America or in UK, lecturers come with even a beer tin is okay. Some of my lecturers came with liquor poured in a mug. Sometimes in the class you can say, it smells like liquor. Where is it coming from? And then the lecturer says, it's made to warm up my body. So that's okay there. But here, you come like this, we are like, okay. So we even have lecturers, they pour their beers in the mug and clean, and we're like, where's this beer smell coming from? Those kind of things and all that. So that becomes an issue also, but that's their lifestyle, which as long as it doesn't affect the performance, we are not going to take that into criteria and all that, okay? And then definitely we have the risk exposures that you have basically. When you go for expatriations, we may fail for many reasons, or sometimes we have terrorism, countries. Like one of my students from Somalia always says, Miss, you must come and visit my country in Somalia. I'm like, Somalia, we like come back in one piece. Okay? I will always joke with my Somalian students, you think I'll come back in one piece, or I'll be straight to heaven, one way ticket like to heaven. And then you should tell me, no, it's a beautiful country, you should come and all those kind of things. But I did have 2 colleagues who was teaching in Somalia. So they gave me an experience of saying that it's difficult, but we're all guarded community, guarded, so you're safe, but you cannot get out of that safe. So if you go out, you have to go out in group, and you normally go out with like a bulletproof vehicle. So I said, wow, that's interesting, yeah? To go out, you feel like you're so great and all those kind of things. So sometimes there's a risk, a failure, a risk of terrorism, or sometimes the culture is not so good. Are you feeling very cold?
Yes.
Yeah, where is there, here. You could adjust it and do whatever, because when we're cold, we cannot think. Okay, and some of the external influences, which I will go a little bit more in detail with you guys, okay? So when we talk about more activities, Yeah, very true. That's risk exposure because I'm already sweating. Okay. No, it's always like that. People who sit down and relax and looking at me, you feel cold. We don't feel cold because we are moving. Okay. Okay. Now, what are the activities that we basically have that I was just explaining to you is like difficulty in implementing HR in host countries. Now, host country, do you know what's host country? Your subsidiary. So you may have a lot of issues that as a parent company, you want to have the same culture, you want to have the same systems and all that, and that's going to be very difficult. Whenever someone comes and impose a different culture on you, you get a bit like, excuse me, do not disturb my culture, okay? And then aligning, okay, the strategic business planning to the HRP and vice versa. Now, HRP is human resource planning. So if you are a MNC, are we going to centralize our HRP? Human resource planning. Now, do you guys know what is human resource planning? Human resource planning is we want to plan the demand and the supply of workforce in the company. I repeat, human resource planning is the demand and the supply of workforce in our organization. Okay, that means like if I say in your company, how many workers you have? You say I have 100 workers. My next question, do you really need 100? You have to analyze. Okay, then you say, oh, actually I only need 80, but now I have 100. So what happens to the 20 then? What shall we do with the 20? Yes, retrenchment. But we are not so bad. Retrenchment is our last stage. Okay, we try to do something else, early retirement, okay, send you to some other host country, national, you know, and all those kind of things, and then we have to do, because we always want to have HRP that is quite more or less perfect. If I need 100 workers, I should have 98, 101, 2. You cannot have more than that. It's very expensive. It will be the situation of Malaysian Airlines. No HRP. No human resource planning. So you have more workers there. Flight lesser, more workers. But if you look at Air Asia, more flight, less worker. And that successful is not very successful, something seriously wrong, correct? Because you have more workers, it's redundant. Okay, and if we are international organization, it's okay. We can still send our workers to subsidiaries and all that. If we are not international organization, then what shall we do? Then we will retrench. We have no choice, because if you want to survive in the global competition, okay? That was a development of opportunities for international managers. Now, since your organization is an international organization, you have no choice. You have to develop managers who have international knowledge. So either when you recruit and select someone, you must ask, how many countries have you worked before? He should say, or she should say 20 countries before, very good. If he says, no, I've never. Have you traveled? No, also. It's a wake-up call. Don't select, because it's difficult for us to train now. It is cash consumption. You know, it's expensive to train people and all those kind of things. Okay, so we need now one of your case which is uploaded into your portal, which is LV. You know, Louis Vuitton, that exclusive bag that you carry, which enhance your brands and yourself, your image, and all that. They have a particular program. They develop expatriates from the scratch. So they have two groups of people who comes in and the management thinks that you can be given international mobility, that you can, mobility means you can move to many different countries, and you have people who says like me, no, I'm not going anywhere, just living in France. Okay, you put that. And then what they do is they will develop your international talents by sending you to different countries. Because they are a global organization, producing bags or whatever they are producing is for international market. They cannot have a manager who is ethnocentrism, but like French is ethnocentrism people. I hope there's no French here. I've been to France for a month and it was difficult to survive because very few people speak English, most of them French, and they always feel French is the best. Okay, so you go anywhere, unless you go to international organization, you will find something in English, or you find youngsters. So normally I find youngsters to catch them and ask them direction. If you ask those 50 and above people, sorry. But they're very nice people in the sense that they will hold you and show you the direction. But the problem is when you hold me, I think you're going to rob me, correct? So I was like, oh, you know, there was one person who hold me and showed me the direction. I was like, because in Malaysia, if somebody holds me, I would have screamed, you know, because that's my culture and all those kind of things. So that's the thing that I like to say to you guys, because if you see, you need managers, yes, which actually have this kind of mind, thinking, capability, strategies of international knowledge. So like in health universities that I work at, we bring students to UK, we bring students to Korea, we bring students to Japan, we bring students basically to France. Recently, one batch of my students went to France. Not my student directly, because this is a culinary student. They go there to learn and all those kind of things. So we lecturers go once to different countries, basically to see their work requirements and all those kind of things. So if, say, for example, I specialize in teaching international management, I need to know international. I cannot come to a class and say, have you gone there? No, not sure. But this is the strategy. So I'm sure the student will say, I'll give a knock on your head, you know, for telling me things and saying to me this strategy, but you do not know the country. Not that we have gone to many countries, but at least get a little bit exposed and all those kind of things, okay? And the ability to mix with organizational cultures, because now, basically you have the subsidiary cultures, you have the parent company culture, and you may also have workers from the third country, any other country. So the culture has to blend inside with the culture of the organization. So if you come from very developed country, they're very ethno. So they want to impose their culture, their rules in the subsidiary. Then they realize it's very difficult, basically. You know, it's very difficult for them to. I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, so basically, very difficult for us to match the culture, match the rules and regulations. Okay, like I told you, when I went to France bringing the students, it was slightly very difficult for me to work with them because, like you said, they're not so hierarchy. Whereas for us is when they introduce to us, this is a chef of 40 years of experience. We're like, oh, you may fall on your feet because it's 40 years, and you are called the Michelin star restaurant, and not the Michelin Times. This is the 3 stars, very highly regarded kind. When you say to me like this, I'm like, wow, 3-star Michelin. So we call them, yes sir. Then they will say, I'm not sir. My name is Jane. Okay. And then pronunciation was still also slightly different. You know, Michael, they call it Michelle. I'm like, for me, Michelle is a girl's name. And then a guy appears in front of me and so in my heart is, don't tell me it's the he and she person, change the name into Michelle. But that's the pronunciation. So we are basically, if I'm ethnocentric, which is here, then it's very difficult because I'm coming from an organization that's Asia, going to an organization that is Europe, which is, so which culture shall I follow now? If you are the kind of very flexible person, you just have to integrate into their culture to be more successful. Okay, so we have this terminology which is quite important, and ethnocentric and geocentric. Now, ethnocentric means you will follow everything from the parent company because the parent company thinks they are the best. So rules, regulations, systems, everything. If possible, they will send the top management team to the subsidiary to keep an eye on the subsidiary. Okay. Okay, now polycentric means your home national people or your parent company basically thinks that the subsidiary people are okay. We can recruit and select them. They can follow their own system as long as productivity is done, is achieved and all those kind of things. So polycentric means like, for example, if I'm a Malaysian company, I have a subsidiary in Singapore, I'm not going to bring Malaysian people to Singapore. I'll just recruit and select Singapore people following Singapore culture, rules and regulation. So these type of organizations, they're very decentralized. Probably only one may be centralized financial situations. Other than that, they will go on decentralization because they feel that the host country is okay. Okay? Now, geocentric. Geocentric means basically this is the geographical area. That means, I can recruit and select people over the whole world. Okay, don't have to do order. So the latest textbooks, if you read, they will call it as global centric. So you don't just bother about, where you come from, what sort of rules and regulation. You will apply rules, regulations, systems of anyhow in anywhere. So if you think that Singapore has a better rules, you will apply. You think Thailand got a better culture, you may apply. You may take from any country. So ethno comes from where? The parent company. So if you work in a multinational where people just look at you like a CCTV, and you have to follow everything like that, they're very ethnocentric. They will bring all their top management from their country. Because why? They want to have the same organization culture. These people feel it's okay, the host country can run by itself. So the top management, probably one or two top management will come just to oversee that. But other than that, it is run by the host country. Now, this group of staffing, they will think, hey, we don't have to take just from parent company or the host country. We can take them from any. Okay? So if you are very regional centric, then you may also look at other countries, but you prefer from the same region. Probably because this is an Asian company, you prefer recruiting from the Asian region rather than going for a global one, which is too far, or probably it's a cost not effective and all those kind of things. Okay, so sometimes the geocentric, you may be that kind of regional, or if you're so open and you feel that the world is your market, and you can recruit and select people from anywhere, then go ahead and basically take them from any country. But these are multinational organizations that are seriously multinational. That means they don't have the culture of I am better. Others are not good. Okay? Then selection of expatriates. Okay. It's not easy for us to select expatriates. So it's not that, we see, oh, you're ready for expatriation, take you and send you to another country. Then you take the next plane and come back. Okay, so we have to have selection criteria. So we will look at many different criteria, like about your family background, about your skills, about your acceptance level of other cultures. Yeah, because sometimes, we look like a very open-minded person, but when you start discussing with the person, it's very close. This type of people we don't want to send, because again, there is a case study that is uploaded into your system, which is the Japanese American expatriate in Japan. So this American went to Japan, but the American thought that he was great. He didn't want to learn Japanese language. And he doesn't want to mix around with Japanese also. He wants to only mix around with the expatriates of American. Then he had no choice to make a U-turn and come back. And then he goes with a failure. Because every time you go for an expatriation, you fail. It's like a stamp job on your head. It's a bad worker. Cannot survive. Okay, so we don't want that. So when we select, and one of the selection criteria for him to go to Japan is, his wife is a Japanese Say for example, not necessarily, okay, just say his wife is a Japanese, and we say, oh, since your wife is a Japanese, we shall take you and send you to Japan. Your wife is Japanese, you are not Japanese, right? So you may not have the same characteristics. So we have some selection criteria, sometimes age, we also look at, because as we go older, change becomes very difficult. Do you agree? Probably all of you are youngsters. When any change happens to me, I'll ask 101 questions. Because that change had to change for me, not I change for that fellow. Correct? Because as age. So we love to take some people that are youngsters, vibrant, single, and all that. But definitely you are skillful, you're very flexible, you're very adaptable. So some of the criteria that we use in order to select expatriates and all that. And then coping with expatriate failure. You see, the department not only needs to send you for expatriation, if you fail and come back, you have to cope with it. And coming back sometimes is also a reverse culture shock. You know why reverse? After 2 years in one country, you come back, Malaysia changed tremendously. Then for you, it's not culture shock in that country, culture shock here. System changes, road changes, everything changes and all that. Even your boss changes. Even the company CEO changes. Even the location of the company changes in 2 years, and you will get a reverse culture shock. So a failure we have to deal with, reverse culture shock we will have to deal with. So you see, if you are a local company, your HR is limited. Just recruitment, selection, training, development, that's it, finish. But when you talk about international HRM, it's very tedious. A lot of issues that we have to look at. Not only when you talk about expatriate, then the visa for spouse, children. So a lot of things. So if you're MNC, we have a department called visa department. Expatriate department, because these people only deals with expatriates, yes, visas and all those kind of things, okay? And then we have basically repatriation process. Now you've been very successful. After 3 years of your assignment, you want to come back. We cannot tell you, excuse me, take the next flight and come back. We have to mentally prepare you to come back. Because you don't want to come back to this company and say, where is my table and chair and that's my position? Oh, very sorry, who asked you to come back? Oh, you came back. We don't have a position for you. It's taken by another person. So you go home and have another 2 weeks vacation, then we'll fight for you which position suits you. We have experience like that in my former organization. The fellow came back, HR didn't know he's coming back. When he came back, his position is not there. It's taken over by someone, and normally when you come back, you need a better position, right? Yeah. Because now you have an expatriation thing. So we don't know where to put him. And I was in the HR department, we don't know where to put him. We say, we give you 3 weeks holiday. Go enjoy yourself with your wife. But he cannot enjoy himself, anxiety. Correct? Because not knowing. Then he called me, hey Helen, what happened? I said, I want to be very truthful to you, since we go to the same church. We don't have a position for you, but don't tell anybody. Now we will create a position for you. Don't not worry also, we'll create for you. Because our HR, who is dealing with expatriates, forgot about this fellow that's been sent to expatriation. So when his assignment completed, everything completed, he wants to come back. Yes?
You said your HR might forgot about the guy that was. So who pays the salaries? Is it the company?
The whole country pays. Yes, they did everything. Yeah, we don't pay from here because we have sent you for expatriation. Sometimes we do not pay you for HR here, because if you are in a developed country, if we pay you from here, you are dead. You'll get the same 4,000 salary. No. They pay it from that. He's under the payroll. So we never bothered about this guy, okay? And when he came, it was so sad, and he used to call us every day. Hey, what happened to my position? Am I promoted or am I demoted? And all those kind of things. So we don't want that kind of situation. So you have to prepare and all that. And when he came back after 3 weeks, You know what my HR did was they said, that's your room and that's your table, this is your position. He's been out of the country for more than 3 to 4 years. He needs an orientation because the CEO has changed, system has changed, a lot of things have changed. So when you come back also, we have to go through the process very correctly. Or else it will be like, for example, you do not know whether to drown or swim. It will be in that situation. Because most of us in Asian countries or many organizations, we don't bother about this because it's all money. So it's your survival. Let me also tell you that practical thing. Most of us, we have survival. You come back, you survive yourself. Now you read what's Malaysian system like and get yourself adjusted. We cannot babysit you because that's all about cost. Okay? And then emphasis on cultural training, which again, we don't train you basically, because again, it's very expensive. Cultural training, language training, all these are time consuming and very expensive. And when we send our expatriates, we don't have the time to give you also. Because even the expatriate doesn't have the time to go for culture training. Because he has an assignment to complete in Malaysia, and today he will complete, tomorrow he's flying. So where does he get the training or she gets the training of culture and all that? Because all of us, we assume you should know. But it's wrong. Many of our expatriates has gone there. After a few months, culture shock comes in. A lot of things change. So if you're not that kind of person who can, very adaptable, very flexible and all that, then you may have homesick and all that, and then you may want to return back. So in our organizations or any organization, it's very important that you give some level of cultural training. If it is good, if you can send that person for a short trip, if your company is rich, if they have the money. If you don't have the money, we cannot give you the short trips. So you just go there and start adapting to yourself. But the problem is, if your personality is a personality of you don't want to change, it becomes an issue. Okay? Okay, then devising an appropriate strategies for compensation. If compensation becomes an issue, so we have many expatriates here. If you're working, are your salary higher than your in your country? You may not want to tell us, you may be jealous, but most of the time it's more. Okay, so we have workers, even our colleagues that we have. That's also discrimination. If you come from India, your salary is less. If you come from Philippines, your salary is less. If you come from France, Italy, America, your salary is high because you're coming from developed country. But if you come from countries which is not in the world map, then salary will, compensation will start reduce. That's in reality. But normally when we go for an expatriation, we always expect a higher remuneration, higher compensation. Yeah, that is a logic thing in all employees, that if someone sends me to Myanmar, with the juntas, that is, or the military people there, or they may have a democratic, but it's not the called democratic system. I need more compensation because it is something that is very, very isolated. What can you do in Myanmar? It's very beautiful, but it's not like shopping complex of KLCC for us to go there and see and look at the fountain and all those kind of things. So it's something that they must compensate me. But some organizations, they feel like sending you for expatriation, I don't have to compensate you high. Why? Because I'm giving you the experience. It should be considered as training and development. It is talent management. So why I must pay you more? Correct? If you study or you read the case Louis Vuitton, it's like that. They will try to balance the payment, balance sheet payment. So your lifestyle in Malaysia is that you use 10,000, you should also use some sort like that lifestyle. If you're staying in a house which is 3-bedroom, in France you should also stay with 3-bedroom. They balance it out. They're not going to give you anything more, anything less, because their understanding is, I'm sending you for you to develop. So why should I pay for your development? but many people do pay a lot. Like for example, we have a lot of people going to the Middle East, like Arab countries and all this kind of thing, then their salaries are all in US dollars. So they normally get very high. And people go for expatriation because of the salary, okay? And then we basically, that's in the area of compensation, okay, minimize discrepancy in pay between parent, host, and third country national, because you may have all these people working in your company. Like for example, we always say in HR, salary is private and confidential. You know why? You don't discuss your salary with your friends. Why?
Sensitive.
Yes, because you come from headquarters, your salary is high. You come from the third world country, your salary is low. Then the Malaysian salary is average. So you get very upset. So if you ask a friend from France, how much you get? Oh, 15,000. Huh? You know what? You will faint. Right? Because simple reason, what happens is to me is, I will try to equate myself, equity theory. 15,000 euro, 10,000 Malaysian. You teach 24 hours, I teach only 10 hours. You go for roadshow, I stay at home and relax. Because you are 15, I'm 10. You know what I mean? So we have to make sure the compensation is not so bad. It doesn't have that kind of variety that you will kill the motivation of your workers and all those kind of things, okay? And re-entry of the expatriate into the home country, then how much are you going to pay? Normally when you come back, your salary increases and all that, okay? And then performance management. Okay, what is performance management? Performance evaluation? You see, when we start working, people evaluate, yes, but nowadays we don't use this terminology of evaluation because that sounds very negative, evaluating. So now we say we are managing your performance right from the beginning to the end. Okay, now in expatriate comes to your company, are you going to evaluate them immediately? Then when are you going to evaluate? Why you want to evaluate immediately, but are you evaluate immediately? Absolute cycle. Malaysian culture. Even our foreigners have integrated into Malaysian culture. Success of Malaysian culture. I always have jokes with my students. If you have a bunch of Malaysian students, most of the time, you ask any question, their face drops. When you start the lecture, they look at you. You ask any question. So I used to have some foreign students. Even they are like that. So I say, you have integrated very well into Malaysian culture. When I ask you a question, you go down. Why? Why do you think we cannot evaluate them immediately? But if you take a Malaysian, you evaluate the fellow immediately. You do not know, Okay, you do not know what you're looking for. So the company has never told you your goals.
No, is it like the evaluation part?
The evaluation part.
Criteria may differ.
Criteria may differ. So what would be the criteria to evaluate foreign workers or our expatriates? You see, for us, it's performance, correct?
Yeah, probably, of course, it will go to it depends on the work specific, of course. But you see, you can't apply the same criteria that you apply for local Malaysian person and apply it for someone.
Okay, why?
The cultural difference, the way they work, adaptation period.
Correct.
They came to a different country.
They come to different country, so their learning curve is different. The adaptability is different. It will take time. So we have to understand. We cannot say, within 3 months I will evaluate you. If your performance is not good, you take the next flight back to your country. Okay? In 3 months, you will just accept. And then you do not know the culture. You may not even know how to make an order to have your lunch or dinner. Those kind of situation. So again, we have lots of criteria that we have to change according to which country you come from. Like another Asian from Thailand or Singapore, the adaptability has to be faster. But the further you are, then the adaptability may change, because you may take a little bit more time for you to change and all those kind of things, okay? Now we also have like physical distance, time difference, cost of reporting systems, complexity, evaluation of subsidiaries, because the way we evaluate subsidiaries are slightly different from the parent company and all that. Now, when you all came to Malaysia, could you all sleep on time? Or you had difficulties in adjusting? That Malaysian sleeps, you wake up. Right? Sometimes, I have my neighbor is Iran. I always hear, when we all sleep, they're happy. So I always wonder, why are you all very happy when they are sleeping? Okay. And then my neighbor, I used to talk to the wife, and then she says, I just can't sleep because we're very active at night. And you guys are sleeping at night. And daytime we sleep. I'm like, okay, the time zone, the differences, and all those kind of things. So sometimes, your workers, when you go and work, you're coming from different country, adaptability becomes a little difficult and continuous that we are using and all that. And then industrial relation. This is labor relation. Okay, if you're coming from very, very developed country, you fight for your rights. You can take a banner and stand in front of the organization and say, I will murder you if you don't pay me. In Malaysia, if you take this, we will give you free food and free lodging for the rest of 2 years. Free lodging and free meals we put into prison. Okay, then you don't have to worry about GST and everything. Okay, so we cannot do that because our relationship, our labor relationship, our law, if we say yes, our human rights, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to go to the free food and free lodging, okay? But it is not like in certain countries. Last year I visited India. One day, one company goes on strike. And one fine day, I saw students goes on strike. The next day, lecturers go on strike. The whole university is closed for 1 week. I said, wow, I told the lecturers, you must be enjoying life. They're fighting for their lives. Train. And they're so aggressive, They just stand in front of the road and the car has to stop. And if you don't stop, they will bash you up. Simple as that. Because it's very aggressive. Human rights, fighting for their rights, those kind of things. They may even kidnap the CEO and go somewhere. Those kind of situation. Now in Malaysia we are different. So a lot of my friends that come from India, they would come and instigate us. Ellen, we must fight for our rights. I say, you go and fight. I always tell them, I say, you go and fight. You go and fight, because after that I need to be outside of there to catch you, to come and bail you out from the prison. Then they used to laugh at me. They said, why? I said, yeah, because you may be going to the free food and lodging, I can come and bail you out. So I'll wait outside, you go inside and fight for your rights and all this kind of thing, because, we are private sectors, correct? So sometimes we don't have lectures, but we still have to be there up to 4 o'clock. So in India, it says you don't have lectures, you go home. So they get very upset. So, I want to go and talk. I said, wait. You go and fight. Because I will stand outside, then I'll come and bail you if you are in the prison. Then they do it. Really? I say, you please read the industrial law. Because in different countries, the industrial relation is different. And if you go to Europe, even if they are going to go on a strike, their strike is very nice and beautiful. You don't know it is a strike. Very peacefully they stand. And they are protected by police. And you're like, oh, they're on strike? Yes, they are on strike. Today they are not working because something happened in the company. And it's very nice because simple thing, our labor relationship between the worker and the management is slightly different. Yeah. So when you send your workers or expatriate is coming into your country, you have to look at this issue. So you see all the issues I told you makes it very complex. Very complex international HR, because the way we deal with international workers or the expatriates is slightly different. I wouldn't say slightly, it's actually a lot of the difference. Okay. Okay, now broader perspective. So you basically have to look at different countries, different currency, gender-based pay in Korea, Japan, Indonesia, even though we have equal rights. countries like Korea and Japan, the hierarchy is still there in gender. So the male is superior, the female is second. So in Japan, husband and wives many years ago, they walk 3 steps behind the wife. The husband walks in front, the wife. The husband works and works and works and should not come home early. That's the culture. And the wife has to stay at home and take care and all that. So nowadays, when the women are working, their salary is not very equal. Okay, if you don't believe me, you can talk to some of your Korean friends if you have. We have lots of Korean friends because we have a group of Korean expatriates in our company. And they always tell us, you all are very lucky because women is treated equally. You can fight, you can raise your voice, but if we raise our voice, they look at us. Who asked you to raise? Those kind of things. So sometimes when you work in a different country, then the mannerism changes and all those kind of things, okay? And then health insurance for employees and their families, we have to look into. Countries like us, our health insurance is, by the company it's lesser, but in certain countries it's quite high because their health is very expensive, okay? And then nepotism, common in small business in Asia. So if you start working in Asian company, the boss is the husband, the wife is the secretary, the children is the, you find all these group of people. And they're very close in knit, very that kind. And they like to upgrade all those relations, friends towards a better position. But you cannot get this wrong because that's the culture, okay? And overtime working, Korean, Japanese firms. If you work in a Japanese company, I think we don't go back on time. Possibility we have to die for the company. The longer you work for a company, the better it is. Because they are very, very into lifetime employment. Only now they have changed in 5 years' time. Lifetime employment means if you start working in a company and you have to die there, retiring there. And if you have a superior, it's like the relationship between your superior and you is paternity kind of relation. Paternity means like father, daughter, father, son. So your father can tell you anything, all you have to do is put your hand like that and say yes. That's all. Because that is the culture. Yeah, that's the culture. Have you ever worked in Japanese? Korean systems? Not so nice. Because simple reason, they're very workaholic. So they work. You know what's workaholic, isn't it? Not alcoholic, but they're also alcoholic. Because after they work, they will go to certain, organizations, boost themselves and all those kind of things. My Korean friends, we will fight in the company because we don't get along. Sometimes we'll be like, no, we cannot change the system. We'll fight, but we can be friends in the evening, 8 o'clock, over a beer. And forgotten the issue. Tomorrow we are brothers and sisters. You see the culture? Yeah. And if you don't drink, it's disrespect. So if I go, I say, no, I don't drink. I say, no, seriously, I don't drink. So I drink juice, you drink beer as much as possible. And over a cup of, a jug of beer or whatever it is, issues can be settled. They become so friendly. Yeah, so that's what I learned from them. So we will fight in the morning and the evening we are okay. And tomorrow morning we are also okay, and those kind of situations and all that. They are overtime time is they work and work and work. I used to work in Shangri-La in the Japanese restaurant. My boss is a 79-year-old Japanese man. Well alert, because 79, I hope, senile a bit. But this guy's eyes is so open. And any fault you make, I don't know, probably he uses a lens which is so strong. Even a spoon, he can even look whether there is a scratch, a minute scratch on the spoon. He can see. And that's how we work. And I worked there for 3 months because my colleague has gone for maternity leave. when I left there and went back to my other department, I told him, if ever they put me in a Japanese company, a Japanese department, I will murder the Japanese family. Because everything, even our uniform, you know, sometimes we iron, we have little go back change. Iron one line. You know, they will tell us one line, and we'll be like, you know, even the bowing, you know, they have a degree of bowing. Because he's 79 and he's the VP of the franchise. So it's like you're going to fall on the floor. You know, that way is the bowing and all those kind of things. And they're very workaholic. You have to finish the work before you go home. He doesn't care whether it's 11 o'clock p.m. or 12 o'clock, do you have a bus to come to go home? Who cares? But the job has to be done. That was my 3 months experience working with a Japanese individual, okay? And promotion based on seniority or merits. Because certain countries, they go on seniority, how much of experience you have, how many years you're working. Some we don't care. You see, like America, where we have very young CEOs, we have young managers, because simple reason to perform, you'll be there. But if you come to organizations like Asians and all that, then we will be a slightly different. Okay. Now, do you have any questions? So far, do you understand? Any issues? Because all that I'm discussing, it's all very related to your cases. I hope you have opened your portal. Have you downloaded your cases? No, it's not a nice answer. Even though we are Asians. Okay, please download them, because these issues, you can find them basically in the case study. Yeah, so you can relate what I'm trying to say. You know, like the talent management, which is going on a Louis Vuitton. Now, if you look at the Japanese, the American expatriate to Japan, you will find lots of issues in terms of training, culture, in terms of compensation, in terms of he not knowing the Japanese language and the Japanese culture, because you know you cannot go to Japan and instruct someone in Japan who is Japanese what to do, because they always think they are superior. So if you have a Japanese guy, then you don't tell him, excuse me, this is how America works. He will tell you, then you take the next flight and go back to America. You may have a higher position, but I'm a Japanese. You come to my country, you behave like myself. You cannot do it. You see, that's the difficulty that we're having. But nevertheless, I think the year 2009 slightly changes, because we have the young Japanese studying in America, in many different countries. They're very exposed and they're very, very dynamic. So culture is slightly changing. And the old people are worried that the Japanese culture is changing. They're very worried, because nowadays hierarchical is no more. They try not to be hierarchical. They're more decentralized. Do you need a 10 minutes, a 5-minute break? I can see the stress on the face. Because I can go on talking, because I'm not the one who's understanding.
Okay, our Johor students, do you have any questions? No? Is it clear?
I thought I had an attendance somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you ask your friends to? You are? Oh, the last one. Samson, you must also come from Nigeria. I used to work in Bangkok with EWA, yeah, so I know part-time. Is your name not there? You're from? Where on? Visa? Yeah, on Visa. Oh. If you guys don't understand something, just ask me. Because if you are not in the HR field, some terminology may be not knowing.
Never forget transport. No, je dis pas de l'autre derrière, mais pas le repas. Mais la personnalité,
Tá bom, foi beleza.
Bom, tô muito mal.
Hả? Tôi có xong rồi đấy. Cô tự tin chưa hả? Mà biết sức có cho à? Cô tự tin cho là gì ta? Một xem bài xem lại. Một cái ngoại xem một người mà thấy ok, no problem. You can send it to me just in case he lost. I mean, he lost, you lost. So okay, I will send back. Oh, actually, you can actually put in the mailbox. You know, the mailbox only I have the key, so it's very safe for me. So it's okay. I can send it back to you. No problem. It's still people will possible to reply. You know, somebody will reply. Don't email lah. It's called by reply. No one will reply. So 係啊，總之會 send 俾你嗰個人講。你放啲 box 都好識㗎，我咁冇送㗎啦，冇聲埋，唔使驚，你可以放啲 box 都冇聲嘅，我覺得煩喎。總之我 send 到你就得啦。哎呀，真係頂唔住。
係喎， OK 啦，OK，不工作，OK 咗呢？跟有啲係攞科份嘅，我睇到要啱係咁。
哦，因為你哋 specialize。咦，但係呢個咧 share 冇啱喎。
想乜冇用啊？
因為你之後嘅materiale
Sunday. So then, okay. Sunday. Yeah. Sunday, you have to park inside. Oh, the inner road. What near the until there, because sometimes it's cold here, so it's very noisy. It is only the park at the Afin Bank that there's one right at the exit. But actually, what is that? Oh, it does. Yeah, then you exit to this way. Is it still the same? I don't know. Okay. And then I know if I want to go to the main road, can. Okay. It's a bit this side is already there because one side got stuff. Oh, I remember. So I'm not sure. But try not to park that side. But if you can, you park further up near Ayamas. So it's easier. So everyone will look at so you park near to Ayamas. I can go to my friend and yes. Oh, okay. No, I'm staying in Desa Petani. Oh, so that's what they call themselves transfer to transfer branch. Oh, this is not to seldom go to Yamasaki. Only if then if you open a new branch, that's just a 10 minutes drive. Oh, so the students in Yamasaki. Or G, not doing any other work.
but just teaching, face-to-face teaching. Yes, we have a whole company, sorry, a whole department that is called actually training. For like understanding students on methodology, research, no matter they come from what background. Yes, as long as it's something animation and evaluation says that we're not that kind of very friendly to our students, but you are good lecturer. So then they can to understand after they are upgraded. Because we have I think you have yes, yes. So we basically as a tutor and after tutor so tutor like for example I just they don't teach they just observe and come out and run the tutorials. So then you train them, so that's all the regular development, but that is in there. Now we also have the then we have the group of listeners who actually they are just traveling or they don't race. So they are always they also have because they are all senior lecturers. Unless they are children. Yes. So they do that. But then if you don't do that with your career development, so you lose out in your sense so you will understand then it's a culture. We have Japanese from Japan. You understand, I have a sister-in-law with them. She's very nice. But the problem is my boss was not very nice. It's still very hierarchical. Because he was actually the VP of the franchise. Shopila was running the franchise, and that guy was actually the VP of the franchise, and he is now the manager. So his position is still the manager, right? Because students so it's like it's a little difficult. Like I only get a chance to communicate it means a woman has always, I mean, it's still like us, you were sent out, they pay you, this year you get the bonus. I think because you got the benefit.
If I be bad person, still have me, the power of friend.
Yes.
That's an for
Changing now.
yeah.
So it's no more relaxing.
No,
Waiting for you.
No.
Okay, can we continue our class? I'm just waiting for the Johor people to come.
Okay.
They have gone for their thing. I can't see them in the screen. Okay, can I go back again and have a go back to our slides to discuss about our continuous concepts of international data. I will try to finish whatever I need before you go for your lunch. Then when you come back, we do a lot of brainstorming, cases and all that. But if I can't finish, then I'll just continue a little bit more after lunch, and then we will start off with the case studies. Okay? Now, this is what we meant by more involvement in employees' personal life, like I told you, housing arrangement, healthcare, remuneration package, assist children left behind in boarding schools and all that. So it's like we're a little bit busybody now. Because simple reason, we need to know the expatriate in more detail. Okay, so if like, for example, if I'm just working in a Malaysian branch or just not talking about expatriation, I'm sure they're not going to help me in all this. But if it's an expatriate, then we will actually look that into consideration. Okay, and then if you look at thing here, we have the need for parent country, third country national decreases as more trained locals become available. Some of the issues or changes, because like for example, long time ago, when I started working 24 years ago, my bosses in American companies were all Americans. Because at that time, we didn't have many people who are internationally exposed. Okay, so you have all the bosses, assistant bosses, all American. The only people we have, the Malaysian, is supervisors, technicians, not the real technicians of engineering, engineers also from America, all American office people, again, they are Malaysians and all that. But now, you will see there's a tremendous changes, because we also have many local people who actually goes to America or go to any countries, experience, and when they come back, they also have the same knowledge, same experience, okay? So here, when we talk about a lot of this, now we change, the emphasis are changing, correct? It's not that you just have to be so ethnic and bring everybody in. You can also have a blend of people having different culture, even though they may be called Malaysian. I have some Malaysian students who have lived in America for 15, 16 years because their parents are diplomats, and when they come back to Malaysia, they are saying, hot. That food, oh, it stinks. You know why? Because their lifestyle has changed. They're so Americanized. So in that kind of student, if I say, I just have to ask one question, they'll keep on talking for the next 1 hour. Then I have to tell you, keep quiet. I finished my syllabus first, then you know, because simple reasons, they're Malaysians, but changes in many things because they've been exposed in many different cultures, different mannerisms, schools, and all those kind of things and all that. So you will find that, you know, so it's okay basically to have people from your countries going to other countries, from other countries coming. So we are very, very mobile. So we have increased our mobility. Correct? And nowadays, you know, people say you come from different countries. It's okay. One day flight, we reach. The most 12 hours, 14 hours, we reach already. And we're also very exposed and all this kind of thing. So as we increase the mobility, then you will find that the HR becomes very diversified. So you have one company, oh, so many people in that company, in the company. Then the parent company, then everywhere you will have, because people have become so more. Nowadays, you ask people, do you like expatriate? You love it. We love working in MNC companies because we get great exposures and that's the risk exposure, physical safety of employees, terrorism, failure of expatriates to perform well. That's also another risk because simple reason, if we send you for expatriation, if you fail and come back, it's costly for us. It's money. Okay? And also seizure of MNC assets in foreign countries. This if you go in which politically unstable. So like for example, many years ago, if you go to Myanmar, or say if you go to North Korea and open a company, you may see your company, you may not see your company in 10 years' time. Simple as that. Because they can just take your company off and you have nothing to say. If the North Korean president can take his uncle off within a split second, what is so if you ever go, you better zip our mouth and just, you know, the simple reason, any word you answer is going to be serious issue. Okay, so one day you may see your company, one day you may not see your company also. Or that guy will say, now it's my company, you work for me. So you have no choice. So that's risk that kind. But only to countries that if you go where political instability or the kind of socialism, communism, then you have. But most of us, we are belonging to WTO, which is World Trade Organization. So most of us are following rules and regulations which are quite general. Okay, and then external forces. This is dealing with ministers, political figures. Like for example, a lot of MNCs says that when they come to Malaysia, they find our procedures are very long. Application, waiting in queue, you know, doing a lot of things. But if they with a split second, things start a company within a day. You can submit your application online. In Malaysia, you go and stand there. If you get the number, you are very lucky. No, the number finish, you come back the next day. But you better sleep there to get the number. Correct? Okay? Then you go and stand there and look. Then they will tell you first counter. Then they say, no, not first counter, now second counter, third counter. Now you go to Bukit. Then you take your car and go there. Because those kind of things. So that becomes a little difficult when you actually deal with political figures, you know, economic, social interests and all that. Hiring procedures dictated by the host country because they have a particular rules and regulation. Okay? And ways of doing business. Okay? So you will find that these are some of the issues that makes our international HRM more complicated. Yes. So working with just your own group of people also is complicated. What full of people of from many different races, country, origin, political, economic, social, technology. My colleague, Korean colleague, will tell me, your Wi-Fi very slow. slow.
And very expensive.
Yes. Always complain. Because you know, we do some research, we want to click here, click there, so you open too many files, it becomes really, really slow. I would say, you click once, wait lah, this is Malaysian style, slow and steady. No, they are like, because you're coming from countries which are very developed in, I think, so we will get lots of problems for them. So sometimes they say, where the Wi-Fi is fast. Then we will used to tell, you better go and sit in the server room. Okay, the server where the computer is, okay, then probably it is quite faster for you. Koreans and all that. When they give you an issue, they want the solution like that. If you say, hold on, I'll get back to you, they will ask you, what time? And their time 11:25, 11:30, they want it to be solved. So they're very fast in working. But for me, is I'm drinking my coffee, so I'll drink it up to 11:45 or 11:50, and then I probably think about your issue. And after I think and I come back, probably I'll say I'll return back to you tomorrow. Or we love to use this word as soon as possible. And as soon as possible can be 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days also. Yeah. So sometimes they get quite upset with us, because we will write that as soon as possible. So some of my colleagues, when I say as soon as, they say, Helen, don't play the trick on me. Now, what is your soon as possible? I say, yeah, take it lah. This is solved and all that. Because the culture is slightly different and all those kind of things, okay? Now, reasons for growing interest, I'm sure you guys know from the time that I have explained to you so much that why basically international HRM. I think when I started my degree, we never talked of HRM. International HRM was not an issue at all. Okay, but today, for every degree program, every master program, we have this one subject that is called international HRM. Because of the globalization of business, the awareness, the international mobility that we are using people from many different countries to create efficiency and costs. Correct? So you see some companies, our workforce are all from Indonesia, Myanmar, Bangladesh. Why? And also, if we tell them, they'll do it as fast as possible. And they have the overtime culture of 24 hours, 365 days. You don't need to tell them to sleep. As long as you show the dollar signs. Money, they tolerate it. I used to have workers, from the manufacturing field. If you ask Malaysian workers, overtime, I need to go home. I need to have family time. I need this, I need that. But my Bangladesh workers and my Indonesia come to me and ask, man, you have overtime today. We can do up to midnight. You want us whole day, it's okay. Tomorrow we continue. I say, I hope you don't fall into the machine and you come out as a piece of cake outside. Because we are using very serious machines. But even though it's alien detecting, but sometimes if the alien doesn't work, you know what I mean? The alien detecting, our machines are very sensitive. So if you just put one hair, it will stop. But sometimes we have some defects, it may not stop, then your hair will come out piece by piece, correct? Okay, as cutting and all this kind of thing. So sometimes we used to tell our foreign workers, go home and sleep, take rest. But Malaysian worker, we have to call, no, you come. Because simple reason, different thing, but we always have them. We love to have foreign workers because simple reason, it's cheaper. It's easier to manage. And they're very happy to work. So because of all these factors, then the international HRM becomes very, very important. But the problem in Asian countries, we don't care of their welfare. So that's why it becomes a social problems and all those kind of things, okay? So that's what it says, every effective HRM is to international business. It's not just success to international business, it's success to every organization. Because the only thing that you cannot copy is your workforce. If you have excellent workforce, you are good. You have excellent table, people can copy and become better. But workers, you cannot, unless you can clone them like the dolly clone of the ship. If you can clone them, then it's okay. Or else it is cannot. Indirect costs of poor performance in international business are very, very costly if you don't manage them well. Like we have sometimes a riot in our company last time. We have the Bangladesh boat fighting with the Pakistan, with the Cambodia. And this country people, they can just take one knife and slash you like that. That's nothing. So even when I talk to my workers, I talk to them very, very politely. I may not even, my voice is like this, it's like I've swallowed a mic. It's very like, oh, even though I'm friendly, I'm like, oh, like that, So sometimes I talk to my Cambodian people, I'm like, yes, always smiling, because why? They can be triggered very easily. Triggered very easily. We have to be very careful. And if you make any mistake, it is very, very costly. Yeah. Countries like Singapore, if these tasks deport within 24 hours, and if I created, I'm a Malaysian and created problem in that company, I'll be asked to go back. My contract will be terminated within 24 hours. The rules are different. Because why? They don't want to experience anything which is very costly and all kinds of things. Okay? And basically, moving to network organization from traditional to hierarchical structure, like network. Nowadays, if you see organization structures, they're not hierarchy. Yeah? They become flatter, shorter, and more network system. So all of us are like quite equal. Unless we see Malaysia, we're still hierarchy, correct? But if you see a lot of countries, sometimes you find that they have a circle kind of structure, and in between is the CEO. In the middle is CEO, and around that is all the subordinates, because they work as a very network kind. Okay, so structures are changing, so mannerism of managing people are changing, because as the hierarchy becomes lesser, what happens to workers? My first job in government, our hierarchy is like 2 kilometers long. By the time I see the CEO and I see myself, it looks like I'm the sweeper and that fellow is the CEO. And you're very, very specialized. My job is only to check documents. So my job is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. checking documents only. If you ask me anything, I'll just look up you and say, I'm not sure. Go to the counter there. That's all my job. And I will not interfere anything also, because we're very highly specialized. But today, not in government, in private sectors, our hierarchy has become lesser. Now you have the CEO and all the managers. Start, finish. So what happens now? Decentralization, flexibility. You're given any kind of jobs. Multitasking. You see, people like us, we are lecturers, we are senior lecturers. We also go for marketing, roadshows. Any education fair, you can see me sometimes, it's our duty. We're selling our program. We do out training programs for industries. But my position is lecturer. But we're doing a lot of things. And then sometimes we also take babysitting jobs. Like taking a group of fellows to UK, they have to babysit them. You can go and park and all that. One fellow falls sick, you have to take the fellow to clinic. Probably it's a babysitting job for me. Those kind of things. So you know, because we are so multitasking. Okay, so as the structure changes, our authority changes, our responsibility changes, our communication changes. Nowadays, we can straight walk to the CEO office and say, excuse me, Dr. Chin, you're free, I would like to talk to you. I think 24 years ago, if I go and tell I want to talk to you, if you say you have an appointment, no, please get out. Correct? Now it's very networking, very fast. We are solving problems as speed as possible. So HR becomes very, very important. So one of the requirements we use in order to recruit and select someone is we ask you, are you flexible? Can you work? Can you do many things? Very much. We'll see you and call you later. The later will never come. Because simple reason, we are not flexible, we don't want to offer you a job. Even we have persons we ask, can you go overseas? Can you teach them? Cannot, we don't want to recruit the person. Because simple reason, our organizations may be a multinational and we are working as a network. So we have virtual teams now. I work with many lecturers in UK. I have never seen them face to face. It's all Skype, emails, and all. but we're very close because we've been working for many years. I work with Australian lecturers, also very close, but we have never seen them. But we're working together. And I have to understand that. I always look at the lecturer's name, Australian name, I relax a bit. Australian name, I better be hierarchical. Then I better call you 100 times ma'am and sir, because the more I call you, the more you give me your help. Because the culture is different. Then I see your name, Japanese, American, those kind of things. Because simple reason you may have that kind of working relationship, or we call it the virtual teams. You don't come together, but you work together. Okay. Now, basic steps in international HRM, you do the HRP, which is human resource planning. You must know the number of workers you need with their skills, with their experience, and their attitude, the right attitude. You must know how many workers you need first, because we do not want to recruit and select unnecessary and go through and increase the cost of the organization. Now, the moment your HRP indicates you have less worker, and it indicates also what type of worker you need, then you can go for the recruitment and selection. Now, what is recruitment? You see, the both word recruitment and selection in your company, it will be called staffing policies. Recruitment means you're attracting people to apply to your organization. Selection is the process of selecting the best worker. So when you see in an advertisement, that is the process of recruitment. Advertisement in the newspaper, we're looking for, staffs and all those kinds, that's recruitment. Okay, and selection is the process. So in selection, what do? Interview. You interview, you give tests. And nowadays you see, background check, very important. Okay, because we all love to window dress our resume and say we have 30 years of experience with multinational, but we need to check it, correct? Okay, we have to see and all that. Okay, once we have selected you and all that, you may come to our work, but you may have some problems in the terms that we cannot get the right worker, correct? We cannot always match 100% the need of the organization. So we have to send workers for train. Especially if you get new workers, what do you normally do? You straight ask them, that's your table, you can start your work. Orientation. So it comes under training because you're orientating them what to do, how the organization, what's the culture, everything you're letting them. So you orientate them, that's under part of training. Now, you may say, I know all this, but I do not know this. So what you as a manager have to do, you have to send this group for training. Either coaching, mentoring, or whatever it is. Now, development is for future. So you guys are doing your masters. This is for your future. It may not need it now, but it will be needed in future. But what you need now? Probably some other training for day-to-day activities and all that. Okay? And then performance management, we call it the evaluation, or we call it the American term appraisal. If you use the word appraisal, it's the same thing. But the problem in performance management, it is a continuous process of evaluating or appraising you from the day one until your accounting period ends. Okay, so we are managing you. If we discover you have problem, you're not reaching your goal, you must discuss with your worker. Don't tell the worker on the last day, you have not performed well. Thus, you cannot get your increment and bonus. This is 1940 evaluation. Nowadays, if you find your worker cannot do the job or has some problem, you have to intervene, and give the person the right training, develop, but still that fellow cannot improve, what do we do? Fine. Correct. Yeah. Because we do have workers, I would call them the stubborn ones, the thick skin. No matter what you do, performance is the same. Attitude is the same. So I always tell someone, I have to give you a kick in your butt. Wake up now, or else that is the exit. You see some signal, then you see the behavior change. Yeah, changes and all that. Because if you have some culture that is so performance oriented, it's okay. our culture, we're not so performance out. We are like, survive. Okay. We're not going to fight for the best one, you know. If I think my essay is okay, I can pass, I'm happy. Very hardly a student comes to me and says, Miss, I actually have an A minus. How can I do well and get an A plus? I would have fallen from my chair. 18 years of age has asked me. I was like, because we will also discover some person that is a bit, you know, we have this Malaysian term for foreigners, kiasu. Have you heard this before? I do have one or two which is very, very that kind of, they will bring me first paragraph, Miss, can you see the first paragraph is correct? Sometimes I'll tell them, hey, you get lost from my room. Finish the whole assignment and bring me. Don't finish one sentence, you think what I'm your maid at home, is it? You know, for you to check and all this kind of thing. Because we have some who are so careful and they always want to get A plus. But majority of them, they just submit the assignment. It's okay. I say, okay, sounds okay. Show pass. Hopefully not. Because we have to send it to foreign country. Can pass on this. Okay. See you next semester. Bye-bye. So we also have workforce in that category. Then we have to be very careful with performance like this. Workers make mistakes. Detect the mistake, they will make the same mistake. You know, if you are working, I have my department sometimes, they will say, Miss, I'm going for I'll be back in 15 minutes. That 15 minutes is 15 hours. They may not even come back. Because it's a car. So performance is very important. Okay? Remuneration. After you have good workers, you have to compensate. Don't tell them, thank you very much for your good work. Okay? You have to remunerate. Okay? You have to give a little bit of cash and a little bit of thank you. Don't always say thank you, thank you, thank you, and no cash. They get a bit demotivated. That's a simple theory of motivation. In Shangri-La, they used to give us, you know, certificate of appreciation. Sometimes I used to tell the HR, why do you give me certificate of appreciation? Behind you must put one check. How many certificate of appreciation you want me to keep it? I don't want to keep all these certificates. Because sometimes you want certificate and you want a little bit. Or sometimes they have this system. They take the picture of us and put it in front and say, employee of the year. We get motivated little bit. After 2 years, we want some cash. Or 1 year, we want some cash. So you have to balance your finance and non-finance and some benefits and all that, okay? But you can also always say thank you, praise and all that, because that is also very psychological for people, because we also want to say thank you sometimes for the jobs that we have done, okay? And then after you pay, they're working and all that, because it's international HRM, if they're very successful, they finish job, they will go back. So when they go back, it's repatriation. Expatriate when they come. Repatriation when they. So we also do training for them, get them ready, everything before they. And see what is the industry relation, employee relation with the employees and all those kind of things, which comes under employee relation. And then multicultural management. So if you look at this is normal HR function. This one is particularly for international. This one changes if you have expatriates because they come with different rules and regulation from their country. And multicultural management, if you're an MNC and in your company, whether you are the headquarters, the host country, or the third country, wherever, you have workers who are from different countries. So you have to actually give them some sort of culture awareness training. So if you ever have workers in your company from different countries, please give some culture awareness, because we are very much different. So we may get upset, we may say something which is not correct, or we may show some signs which for us is okay, but for you is not okay, then you have to go. But many companies sometimes they find it that, I wouldn't say waste of time, but because of cost, they expect you to know the culture by yourself and learn it by yourself. Unless you work with real like P&G companies, the Procter and Gamble companies and all that, Louis Vuitton. Even Louis Vuitton was not very famous in terms of culture management. Only lately they started to emphasize and give a lot of training because they realized that they're very ethnocentric and all those kind of things. Okay? Any issues here? Any terminology you cannot understand? Because later we apply these terminologies towards our international time. You'll find cases, issues in cases of recruitment, selection, training, performance management, remuneration, which we call it compensation. Okay. Any terminology? Anything? No? Is it clear? Yes. Okay. Now, if you have any question later, then I will go through it, okay? Now, I don't want to go back to the HR planning again because I have basically explained to you what is HRM. So I will go to a little issues in terms of recruitment and selections, okay? Is that something ethno, polycentric, geocentric, and regiocentric? These are the 4 approaches to recruitment and selection in an international company. Okay, I repeat, these are the 4 approaches. Either you recruit and select only your own people, you don't want to select any other individuals, or that means all your workers come from the parent company, especially the key workers. Polycentric will be workers coming from the host country. Host country is what? Where the subsidiary is. Okay? I repeat, if ethnocentric, workers will come from the parent company. Not all workers. We won't take the lower level workers from the parent company, but majority of the top management is the parent company. Okay? Polycentric, we are very decentralized. We recruit and select people from the host country, that means where the subsidiary is. Okay? Now, if you follow these 2 approaches, we call it, they may come from the third countries. Either they come, third country got 2 areas. They can be a geocentric, that means they can come from anywhere in this world. But if you're a regiocentric, you will take people from the same region. You will employ people from the same region. I repeat one more time. If you get people from the third country, this third country can come from the same region or they can come from any. If they come from same region, then Asian, Europe, America, that kind of region. When you talk America, you have the Canada, you have the South America and all that, they will get people from that countries only because they feel more comfortable. But if they're going on this approach, just remember, it's more like a globe. You can come from any region. Is it very clear? Because sometimes in exam question, they will ask you the starting approach. And sometimes they will ask you which is the best approach. Actually, there's no best approach. It depends on the company's goals, aspiration, and what they want to achieve. But most of us, we don't like the ethnocentric now in the 21st century. We are moving towards geocentric, but sometimes what happens is this geocentric is quite expensive because people may come from many different countries which is very far away. So to reduce the cost, we'd rather take you from the regional, because as you work in the regional countries, there is a similarity in your regions. Like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, we actually can get along quite okay. Because it's quite similar, even though there's quite a lot of differences, but it's okay. Like if you are from the African continent, then you come from African countries, you always have that kind of little bit of your characteristic which is similar, but definitely the culture is going to be like something different, correct? Okay, but at least easier to get along. But say, for example, if we take that global issue, or the global one, then wow, you get workers from many different countries. So like recently, I think Park Royal, is it Park Royal or one company, one of the, what you call that, service industry or hotel industry, they put recruitment in their website and telling to the entire world they are very global. So they are hoping global people will apply. So one of my students from Kenya applied, was rejected. So the student emailed to me and said, Miss, why are they put in global advertisement? And why are they not answering me? This is my second time that I'm applying to the same organization. This Kenyan student has studied in Malaysia, did her culinary, everything, practical, everything. But she was asking me why. So I said, I can't answer you. You have to ask that hotel why. Because sometimes they put global, but they're still very ethno, you know? Or sometimes they're so regional. Asian. Cheaper to run, cheaper to send you back. You know, because simple reason, you know, we need to give you flight tickets every year to go back and visit your family and all that. So when we calculate Kenya and a person that's applying from Thailand, which one you think you will take? What do you think? I will take Thailand, because it's just beside our country, country and all those kind of. So you see sometimes in organization, international environment, they may say they are all going to global, but in practical, sometimes the ratio seems to be much thing. So it all depends on the strategies and the direction of the organization. But it is very good if you can follow this.
But in this case, like usually the case that they were talking about is used by Hilton. Yeah, the Hilton, they promote this kind of thing that they are going globally.
Globally, but do they recruit globally?
Yeah, they do recruit globally, but managerial position. So yeah, chances for fresh grad.
No, what?
They are very low, especially if you're from countries which are not, for example, from Southeast Asia. It's really difficult.
It's difficult, yeah. So you see, we may be going into global, but we have some constraints.
Yeah, like visa issue. Nowadays, especially in Malaysia, there's restrictions. None of the hotels wants to take the fresh grad just because of the visa.
The visa. Even us, we don't want to take fresh ones because of the visa. Yeah, because we have specializations. If it is culinary, we can take from Europe, France, and all that. If it is IT, we can take from India. It is certain subjects we can take, but like business subjects, we cannot take from any countries. They will hold the visa. They will say we cannot renew because you can source them in Malaysia or something like that. So we are actually moving towards global, but not necessarily. So because of some external constraints. Okay. So this will basically explain to you advantages, disadvantage of using the parent company. If you are using parent company nationals, what is the approach called? If I'm using parent company national, what is the approach called of staffing? Ethnocentric. So please not go home. You have slides in your system, which is about 12 topics to 13 topics. Have a look at it and see what would be the advantages and disadvantages. Okay, there's definitely advantages because you're bringing people from your parent company. The culture can be a little bit more standardized, systems and all those kind of things. But the problem comes in sometimes adapting. Because the people that comes into your country may not be able to adapt. And sometimes it's also very expensive. So if you have your CEOs who are expatriate, you're paying a bomb. Because you know the costs and everything, you know, they have every living things and all that. So by the time you pay, you're paying in millions. Not 1 month, but in year. So it's very expensive if you have many people from your parent company. So if you go home and have a time, I'm not sure after 5 o'clock do you read, which is impossible. Okay, so but if you happen to read, please have a look at the advantages and disadvantages. Okay, it's not that I know you guys. If I was a student, I would not do that also. Okay, after having a long day of lecture, I don't want to go home and have a look at international HRM, you know, those kind of issues. So please go and have a look at it. If it is the host HCN, that would be basically the host country national. So sometimes you see in your textbooks or your notes or your articles, they will not use the whole terminology of host country national. So they just use PCN, HCN, okay? And TCN, they come from any country, any third country, okay?
What's TCN stand for?
Third country nationals, okay? Third country national. That means they are following the geocentric or the regio. That means you can come from any country. You're not from the parent. You're not from the host. Any country. Then it is called TC. And I give you just an example. Malaysia is the headquarters. We are the PCN, correct? We have a subsidiary in Singapore. HCN is Singapore. Now you may have workers. They don't belong to Malaysia, they don't belong to Singapore. They come from any other country. Now, if they come from Thailand, what would be the thing called?
Geocentric.
Regiocentric, because the same region, correct? But if they come from Europe, then we're very global centric. Because simple reason, but these people are from the third country, not the third world country, yeah? Because some students, they write third world countries employees, you know. We don't discriminate here, employ the third world country. I think, I don't know, 2 years ago, I was teaching this international HRM in Malacca for Tanjong Motors for Mantis. That was an assignment. The third world country people, I was like, okay. So, because sometimes we always use third world, correct? Third world country, first world country. So you have to be very careful. It's just that it's a third country national. They don't come into the host country, they don't belong to the parent company. Any other country, okay? Okay, this is a cycle. I did not basically bring slides with a lot of words because I don't think so we learn a lot of words, correct? But if you look at it, it explains by itself. Expatriate assignment life cycle. So where does it start from? It starts from you determining. Do you need to send a worker for an expatriate? So determine the needs for an expatriate. We don't just wake up one day from the company and say, I'm going to send, and just got no choice to carry her bag and go to US. Because some company, if you don't follow rules, the next is termination letter. Is waiting for us. Or they have the other method. They don't terminate you because sometimes we know our human rights and all that. So what they do is they will keep an eye on the CCTV like this to find fault on you. The moment they find fault on you, so we don't wake up like that and just tell to our workers because our workers may have a lot of things to settle before they go. So we determine, do we need to send? Can we just follow a polycentric? Or we let that people to make a decision? Or is it a must to send someone from our company? You determine. So that goes back into the human resource plan. Okay? Some people, I heard some organization, they actually send people to other companies like for 1 week training, 5 days training. It's like an in-house to read. That's not expatriate. For 5 days and come back, you're not considered expatriate. You're just going there for training and coming. So we don't spend you in teaching you the culture and all those kind of things. That's a different issue. Okay, but if you're really going to send you for expatriate, whether there is a need to send you. After we find that yes, we need to send, we have 2, 4, 6, 8 staffs and colleagues plus my 9. All 9 of us, we want to go because it's US, a free trip and quite nice, correct? Can all of us go? It depends on how many people they want, 1, 2. Now, if they have only one person need to go, now we have to go through the selection process. So all of us have to go through selection process, not psychology process, sorry, selection processes, where we will be interviewed, we will be taught, they analyze and see whether you are prepared to go, you have the right skills and all those kind of things. So we don't just blindly pick and choose anyone we like. We have to go through the selection process very, very clearly. Okay, so once you go through the selection process, we have a pre-assignment training. Pre-assignment training means basically before your departure, we don't just give you the suitcase and ask you to go and the flight ticket and go. We give you language training, culture training. Probably you need more skills in order to maintain their staffs there and all those kind of things. So we try to give you as much as possible. But the problem comes here, we don't have the time to give you. So we expect you to know it yourself.
Google it.
Google it. But the Google experience and you going there is not the same. You agree with me? Yes, okay. I also Google whenever I want to go to another country, I Google and Google and Google. I think I know the country so well, but then I will be standing in the middle of the road and saying, oh my God, where is it all about, and why the people are so different. Like in Malaysia, we have 24 hours eatery, correct? We are blessed with 24 hours, so our waist is not it's vertical. Is it vertical or horizontal? Because we eat 24 hours. If you go to certain countries, the restaurant opens at 11, closes by 2. You go 2:01, they say we are closed. In Malaysia, if you go 2:01, we look 20, please come. Because our attitudes are slightly different. Okay, so when I go there, I landed in one of the countries. I wanted to eat, and I was walking for about 1 hour. All restaurants closed, including Asian restaurants. I was like, oh, culture shock, all closed. There's only one thing that is open, the hypermarket. So I end up eating bread for my lunch. I was there for 1 month. Then I realized lunch must be by 2, and the last call is 1:50. You cannot go there 2 o'clock. They will close the shop. You learn that. So if they didn't give me all these exposures and all that, all the system of working, the system of addressing and all those kind of things, then you have a problem. And you do not know even how to speak one of their language, one word, hello or good morning and good night and all that, you're asking for trouble. So all this, we do it for you. Simple constructions of language. So in HR, what do? Is we give you the bilingual diction. If you can pronounce it well, you are very lucky. Okay, and you try to manage yourself there. Okay, then after done this, I depart. Departure. Okay, now when I go for departure and get into the country, it's not that they can tell me, Helen, now start the job. I have another training because simple reason, I have an orientation, I have training because work systems are different there. People are different. I need to get them to know. So after departure, you go for training. Depends on how serious is the organization. Is it a 5 minutes orientation or a 5 hours orientation or a 5 days orientation? Depends. Very successful, you will remain there. Crisis, failure, disoriented. Either we can adjust ourselves, cannot. So we do have some people, they go there, orientation 1 week, 1 month, 1, 2 weeks, enjoying life, then suddenly they get a culture shock. Culture shock doesn't come immediately. It comes after 3 months, after 6 months. Failure, crisis, cannot adjust, very stressed and all that. Then we basically come for a repatriation. So you find that, sometimes you will have this way too, crisis adjustment, reassignment on the board. That means, say, for example, you do go to a country, after the orientation and all that, you feel that you're not suitable for that branch. You are more suitable for another country. We can make an arrangement to send you to another country. But most of the time, we don't send you, we repatriate you back. Can you understand? Like I go to another country, I have crisis. After 2 months, I have a crisis. But I can work, there's another job offer in Thailand. I can work there. I have proven track record there. So what they will do is now send me back to Thailand. It's still expatriation. But still, if I don't have any other alternative, then it will be a repatriation. So you have an arrow coming here. If you got no choice at all. If you have a choice, you can go for reassignment abroad. No choice. And this very expensive. So the whole process that we have gone through, that you're going to come back within 2 months. Now we have to look at another fellow to send the other book. But I'm sure the rest will be waiting for you to come back as soon as possible. So they get a chance to go. Okay, I mean, that's human, correct? Okay, sometimes we go to like, this year, 2 of my colleagues went to UK, and then we asked them, hey, you know UK? Don't know, this is my first time going. We say, ha 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 ha. You sure come back within 1 week, then we got a chance to go back again, but they didn't come back. But if they come back, then we have a chance. Yeah, they will choose some other individuals and all that. But coming back and going back is very expensive. Yeah. And it's also sometimes we as an employee, don't want to come back as a failure because it affects our reputation. And I'm sure everyone, but Asians, we have this loose face system. You know, in Chinese, what do you call it? Is it onesie? You keep your face. You know, it's a you cannot lose face.
Yuka.
No, Yuka.
Cantonese.
Cantonese. In Mandarin? No, you're not sure. Yes, Mianzi. That means Asians, we cannot lose face. So if you want to scold us, you have to use that indirect language. Don't tell us straight on our face, you are STUPID. I will faint and I will jump from the 14th floor. Because we get very sensitive, emotional. Okay, so that's the thing. Failure is something we don't like. But I don't know about your countries. How about Kazakhstan? Do you act like that? Facial, like you know, not facial thing, but like loose face kind, you know?
Well, it's really mixed nowadays, actually.
Okay.
It's changing. Previously, it was, I guess, a normal kind of thing to scold someone at workplace.
Okay.
It's kind of generally acceptable.
Oh, generally acceptable. Okay.
If it was scolding you, you should accept and think about what you have done. It's like, but maybe it's different in certain regions because Kazakhstan is quite big as well.
Regions are different, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So nowadays, I think it's acceptable for people don't worry about it.
Don't bother. How about Iran?
Same.
Same, huh? So we cannot say. So we all face all very important. Yemen, same. Nigeria, it's okay.
Yeah, it depends.
Oh, it depends also. The north and the south?
Yeah, like the north, the south, mostly the north, the south, the east, west, and south.
The north cannot.
Yeah.
They're very careful.
Yeah.
We call it, later I'll explain to you, very, very indirect approach. So we are very high context cultured people. So if we ever want to say someone is STUPID, we use all kinds of language to actually tell, but not that real word there. You know, like if I want to tell my staff, and that's actually wrong, and actually in my heart, I'll bang your head down now, you know, for giving me this kind of documents and all that. But I would say, such a good work.
It could be better.
Correct. It could have been better if you addressed that issue. And then they, you know, because it's such a big word that you say, this is a good word, your collar is all standing up, and then after that it goes down a little bit, okay. But you straight away attack and shoot someone, This is really Asian culture. Hi, how are you? Do you remember me?
Yeah, actually I do.
But I can't remember your name. Hamza. Okay. Okay. Welcome, Hamza. But is this morning or afternoon, Hamza? I'm supposed to tell you. I'm still as sarcastic as last time. Okay. Okay. Now this is what we meant by where we talk about people. So we try our best to be successful when we come back. Okay, and if we fail also, it's going to be, we normally come back and straight away resolve. We go to other organizations, okay? Now, why we fail? So anyone who fails are people who come back home premature. So if your assignment is 3 years and you come back within 1 year, you couldn't complete, but if you complete within 1 year, 3 years work and come back is okay. But if you did not complete and you come back within the 3 years, then it is called failure. Okay? And the reason, many reasons. You can just read it yourself, correct? It's sometimes the knowledge, the technical, the way of working, okay, inability to adjust, difficult in the environment. You just can't cope with a very large, especially those going as expatriate. Okay, there is two terminology. I explained to you expatriate, right? Expatriate are normally workers that come from the parent company. When workers go from the host country to the parent company, we call them inpatriate. I-N-P-A-T. Why they discriminate? Don't ask me. The text says like that. They have given us the terminology. If you go from the host country to the parent company, we are considered inpatriate. So they may not treat exactly like how the parent company people come into the. Okay, but it's general. I just use the terminology as expatriates. Okay, so remember, if you see in the book inpatriate, it means from the host country to the parent. Sometimes, when you go from very small subsidiaries and then you go to very large one, the responsibilities you can't cope with. It's difficult. You felt that the challenges are much more higher. So when the challenges are so much higher and all this kind of thing, then you just can't cope with it. Your stress level increases, everything, then you want to come back. So sometimes you also check whether you are able to gain, not gain, but you can take more responsibilities and all those kind. All other family reasons, probably some serious matters in homes, parents not feeling well and all those stuff. I think those factors are okay. We don't lose that much of face. But if we really fail in our job and come back, then our face has to be loosed. So we may move to other organization. Okay. Now, culture shock, I'm not going to go so serious, but I just want to tell you something, that normally the shock doesn't come immediately. So we have honeymoon period. See, the day you land in that country, you're happy. You're happy to learn and discover. So every weekend you go to a city, you have a look, you visited the whole country, and then slightly after 3 months, shock comes in. Because now you have to start working hard, correct? Now you have to integrate with the local people. Now you have to do a lot of things, and then you find the systems are slightly different. And the worst part, when you can't speak the same language, then you find the shock comes in. So that's why, most of us, when we go for a holiday, we never get culture shock, because the phase has not passed. We're just excited to see everything. But I think if we stay there for 6 months or 1 year or 2 years, then it sinks in our mind, oh my, life is disaster. Then you think about a wake-up call. So our foreign students we have, will you experience any shock when you came here? Huh? Is it immediate, later? So correct my prediction. Normally after many, because many people tell us, oh, you go to a country, you get culture shock, and you don't go, you never get culture shock. You're so excited. The culture shock only sticks in after a few months.
Yeah, that's why even university provide this kind of counseling services,
Yes.
like for international students, just focusing on the cultural shock.
Yes, yes. Because the shock you experience is going to affect your performance. Yes. So what was the shocks that you experienced in Malaysia? An example?
Not much.
Not much, huh? You're all exactly the same. That not much and that much a little bit, what was the example like?
I've been here too long.
Oh, too long.
I've been here 11 years. So.
Yeah. So can you recall back the first time you came?
That's why not much.
Not much. You can't remember.
I was like 13, 14. So.
Oh, you came here very young. So you're integrated. So you have the Malaysian culture now?
Yeah.
Dangerous. Okay, what about you?
The first thing that I have noticed is actually when I meet people, they ask what's my name, where I'm from, and another question is question about my religion. This was very surprising for me because I'm coming from Kazakhstan and we are living together, Muslims, Christians, and other religions, but we never ask this kind of questions because it's very personal and I don't want to.
We are very busybody people.
And when people ask me religion, I seriously couldn't get why you want to know.
Why you want to know?
Okay. This is one of the shocks that I got.
What about you? You're also very fine. From young you are here.
No.
2008. No shocks at all. You were just comfortable. Oh, very nice. So we can send you to any expatriation. You will feel comfortable. What about you guys in the back?
Yeah, it was better here.
No shocks at all.
No, like it was a better experience.
It was a shock to me, correct?
It wasn't a shock, like in the sense that compared like back home, social amenities, electricity, road, and everything is a better deal.
So there was nothing shocking at all.
Just the food.
Oh, the food was shocking.
And don't mess with
Malaysian food.
and stuff.
So then you will be the permanent resident of the washroom.
So if it's not Nigerian.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
Same thing, nothing.
But another thing is the questions. People ask questions all the time. Where are you from?
Okay. Let me tell you something. We're very personal people. The Asians, very curious. The curiosity kills the cat. So if we have not asked you all these questions, we can't sleep. It will be pondering in my mind. Where are you from? It makes me so stressed. So that's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason. It's normal. Yeah, it's normal. When we see our animal, it comes automatically because the brain doesn't stop it. It's a norm, it's a norm. But like you say, it's personal. So some countries, these are the things we don't ask. So like for example, you're going to work in Kazakhstan, don't go and ask people, where are you from, what's your this, what's your this. They probably will slap us and send us back, because they will be like, who are you all, to ask me, you come to my land. So you see, now this is culture shock. If you didn't know it and you have entered the country, it will be really very shocking. But if you know, Malaysians are busybody, then it's okay. So if I ask you what's your name, where are you from, where do you stay, how tall, how big, how was your height? You have to ask me. Yeah, you have to answer me.
So you answer differently every time.
Yes. Oh, you answer differently. That's very cunning. Okay. So you see, that's the shock you get. What about you?
Makes it more interesting.
Makes it more interesting, huh?
No shock at all.
Not shocked at all. Huh? Oh, it's me that's shocking. Okay. When I first entered Lim Kok Wing as a part-time lecturer, it was a culture shock for me. I opened the class. It was 99% from the African continent. I closed it. I went to the HOD, head of department. I think, where's my class? That's your class, Helen. I said, no, I don't think so. That's my class. I'm supposed to teach international HRM. Yes, those are international HRM students. I said, it was, I said, oh my God, today I'll be shot by missiles. Because simple reason, African continent people, they're very vocal. You know vocal? If they don't agree something, they'll put up their hand. I mean, I think we are different. We are like that. And then inside that, they will type, I'm from the north, I'm from the west, I'm from the east. I think we're all different. So I was like thinking, because I used to go to another college that's also like 50-50, you know, 50 Malaysian, 50 foreign students. So I know them very well. Normally I'll just say, no racial issue, no religion issue, and no west and east issues. I will tell them. So when I go to a class with this 99, I was like, I really fainted. So I said, okay, Helen, now I have to change and look very strong. So I just went in and I just blah, 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 blah. So someone told me something and I just said, someone came late. I just gave a step. He came and said, I said, who asked you to sit? I'm an Asian, and so go back, knock the door and come. He was like, okay. He knocked the door, he came back. And after that, after one semester, I was very happy that I could understand the culture of them. And sometimes I do speak like them too. And I do speak. Nowadays I go to class and you get what I say. Because I become very like outspoken, yeah, spoken and all those kind of things. So you have not got shocked for me, but I've got shocked when basically I deal with countries where people are very vocal, because Malaysians, we are not vocal, you know. My entire 4 years of graduation, I just studied in university, I just sit down, I study, I copy. The lecturer asked me, Helen, you have any question? No, sir. You got no question? No, sir. You understand? Yes, very well. You know, so when, you know, I come with that kind of culture and suddenly I have a group of people who question me and all that, I'm like, oh, okay, this is a wake up call and all that. So this is a shock that you get. You don't get immediately, but you get generally over time. So could just go home, you have it in your textbook, you just have to look at the cycle, or when you actually can overcome it and you're very flexible and adaptable, you're a person who can just get along with people. You just go to a country, like they say, if you go to Rome, be like a Roman, right? So you just go to the country and you be like them, you're actually okay. Like if you go to Europe and all those kind of things, you know, those drivers open for you the door and they let you go, especially women. I'm like, I will not open for me, I open myself. Because I'm not used to it. And then, you know, when you go and have for dinner, they pull the chair. I said, please, I may fall down. Actually, I did not know that's the chair. I may pull it myself. And they will look at me, why do you say this? I say, I come from a country, I pull my chair and I sit down. Okay? Even my husband doesn't open the door. You know, I open myself and get into my car myself, you know. So I come from a culture like that. So I find it a little bit different. So sometimes when I go to Europe, I feel like a queen. Sometimes I wait at the door. Then I'll sit down. So you just follow the culture, and when you follow the culture, things becomes much more easy. Okay. Okay, you have the individual situations. This is selection. These are some of the characteristics. I wouldn't say characteristics. Criteria for selection. Okay. So we have the family requirements. Cross-culture suitability of the candidate, the MNC requirements, language, country culture requirements, technical ability. So you will see a lot slightly different factors or criteria when you recruit someone and select someone for your own local company. But when you recruit and select someone for expatriate, then the criteria changes. Okay, say for example, I always say a joke, you know, if you ask, Helen, how many children? I have 12 children. I don't think I was sending for expatriation. 12 children. How old are they? They're 0 to 1 and 12. There's a lot of expenses, correct? If I send you for expatriate, we have to pay a bulk of money for your children's education. So we will not show you that surprise, but we will be like, there's too many children. Okay. Criteria out. Even if you have the ability, you know, we are not going to choose you because simple reason you may have lots of situations that we cannot really cope with it. So that's why we use a little bit. But the most important, this is on top factors are more towards individuals, your own criteria, and below are for the company. Because if you go and start working in some multinational companies, expatriation, they don't speak English. They only speak their own national language. So it's quite difficult. If like even you go to China, if you go to Beijing, Shanghai is okay. But if you go to some rural area, then you have to know Chinese. At least some Mandarin, because that becomes, and when you speak the language alike, the bonding is there. You realize that? When you see your same lecturers, I can ask in my own language. But if you see someone else different, it becomes like, it's very difficult. And sometimes the language which we use, we cannot express. We express better in our own language and all that. So sometimes we have no choice but to know. That's why a lot of, even in UK and US, we have a subject called language subject now. Last time we used to study French a lot. Now we throw French and we study Mandarin. So if you go to US, we have lots of university that uses Mandarin as second language. Because we have lots of international businesses with China. So no more French lesson, Spanish. We have gone into more of Chinese, that is Mandarin language and all that. So if you have more languages that you know, it is better. It's more suitable for you to get into expatriation. Okay. The same thing. Any questions? This is under the training and development. Okay. You guys, when you came and you start working, do you ever had cross-culture training? 21st century, Google it. Okay, or YouTube, and know the culture by yourself. Because we are saving, especially now, with the economy, expatriates are getting lesser and lesser benefit, okay, in going for overseas assignment, okay, because we cannot afford to give you that much. Okay. Even what you call that, practical trainings, like technical trainings, we expect you to do it yourself. Any of you guys are sponsored by your companies? Or you sponsor yourself?
Practical training in the hotel line again, practical trainings are widely sponsored by the hotels, by the companies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they have lots of employees now, especially the lower ranks, or just school tours.
So you have lots of that.
Yeah,
okay.
They have no experience at all. This is the majority of them.
So the hotel line is very kind, huh?
Well, they do it internally. So.
Oh, you guys train your internal is cheaper.
Yeah,
it's free. You know, like us, if we say I want to do my PhD and all that, go and do yourself. Because we don't want to sponsor. Yeah, well, a language, all are sponsored. Long time ago, when a few years ago, if we talk about language training, our health university sponsors us. French, Mandarin, Spanish, free of charge. Now we deduct from your salary. The only training we give you in-house is if we have a super senior lecturer who is very good, then he gives you a training, which is in-house, which is much more cheaper. Other than that, it is all paid. Yeah, payment. Okay, this is host country national training, gaining knowledge about the parent organization. Now, this is for the host countries, okay? Because when we have a host country, we also need to know the parent companies and all that, okay? Technical know-how specific to the organization, role of subsidiaries in the MNC, general awareness of the parent country culture norms. So if you are a subsidiary, like for example, Manzisa probably, and then you basically have another organization in Singapore, which is host country, then they should know some of our culture. So they'll be also given training about the parent company culture. Okay. Okay, that's expatriate performance, linkage, like I was asking you. We cannot simply evaluate our expatriate like how we evaluate our common workers, because the criteria are slightly different. You remember the one I showed you, the culture shock? So the first 3 months, honeymoon. Don't stress the worker, because their fellow needs to know about what's happening and who and all those kind of things. So normally we don't use that as a criteria. So sometimes, after 3 months, after 6 months, then only we start evaluating. So we use a guideline, like linkage to the organization strategies. So if you evaluate people very objectively, it's much easier. So if you're sending an expatriate to Singapore, then we're going to tell you that you're going there because of these reasons. Then as long as this person fulfills that reason in that specific time of 1 year or 2 years, then we are happy with the performance. Okay. Now we have setting individual performance goals. This is a normal performance system where every one of us are given a standard, correct? What to achieve. Never use words like, you should do well. Perform better. Better means what? Well means what? So we always will quantify. You have to change everything into numbers or behavioral statements. Very, very clear statements. Okay, so you have to. Now, once you basically have setting up the individual performance goals, we can use performance management where you discuss with your worker. So your expatriate, you have to discuss. You can't take the goal and throw to the expatriate and say, do it. You have to discuss. You have to know whether the expatriate basically is okay with the goal. Because sometimes you may not understand the ability of the expatriates and all those kind of things. So you have to do a mutual, have you heard this word, management by objective? MBO, not MBA. Well, objective, it means I'll give you your objectives, your goals, and I'll manage you according to the objective. That's all. So we don't do anything else. So if I say your performance, you have to work for 10 hours a day, that's it. I'm just going to look at the 10 hours. So that's management by objectives. Okay. Now, management by exception, that is MBE. You only come to me if you have problem, or else you manage yourself. Can you understand? So if you are very dynamic and all that, we don't want to harp on you and start evaluating you and looking at you and all that. Only you have problem, you come to me. You don't have problem, you do it yourself. So we call it the laissez-faire, that kind of leadership where you do it yourself. Okay. Now identify various variables impacting performance. So you have your goals. Okay. Like my goal in my company, or my standard that I need to achieve in my health university is 740 hours teaching contact hours 1 year. My accounting period starts from 1st of November 2014 to 31st of November, 31st October 2015. So 31st October 2015, they look at my thing and say, Helen, 740, very good, finish. So they are using one criteria to evaluate me based on the goal. What is the criteria? The face-to-face teaching, that's the variable. Now, what else they will use to evaluate me? Is it just sufficient if you finish 740? See, my goal is 740. 1 year. Not only me, all our lecturers. So what variable you use to evaluate me? One of the variable is 740, correct?
Based on the student feedback.
Ah, very correct. 740, very good. Second, student feedback. Anything complain, that's the exit. Student feedback. 2, 3.
Punctuality.
Punctuality, correct. I wish I work in your company. You only have 4 criteria.
Research papers.
Research papers, yes. training programs we conduct for external organization. For me, it's not research paper. I hate research papers. So I do training programs for external organization. I go for marketing activities. Yes, okay. I attend all the open days for help to sell our programs and all those kind of things. I do corporate social responsibility, helping the poor on the street. We have no choice. Now, these are the 8 criteria variables we use, and all criteria is average, bonus average, all criteria below average, bonus below average, no average, nothing, no bonus. Simple as that. Even though the goal is only one, which is 740. So, and an expat rate is the same thing, correct? Even if I go and teach in Myanmar, it will be still 740. Then now the criteria should be slightly different. Adaptation of the lecture, cultural awareness of the lecture towards the students, language, etc. Learning of the lecturer. So as you go to expatriate, last time I have 8, now I have 40. 8 plus extra. Yes, all the additional because I'm getting into a different countries. Okay, then you appraise. After you appraise, you give the fellow a feedback. Appraisal is not private and confidential. It is for the world to know, especially you yourself if you need the feedback. Okay. Nowadays we call it appraisal interview. So we call our workers, we will tell them the performance, and there is a debate between me and the workers. Okay. Provide opportunity for improvement, because we don't want to terminate someone if we find the performance is not good for the first time. Opportunities. So, expatriate, if you're giving them opportunity means from 3 years now, we extend to 4 years to solve the problem means cost. Correct? And then link the result with the reward. So it's a normal thing. Now, when the expatriate successfully finishes his or her job and come back to Malaysia, what is the expatriate expecting? High salary and promotion. If you cannot give these two, what will the expatriate do? Join another company. Search for better opportunities. You will be with the job street 24 hours. Any headhunters, and you'll say goodbye to the company. Your entire process was waste of time and money if you don't give the right remuneration. Because we have lots of people, they go for expatriation, they come back, we give them the same position, they get so upset. Like I told you, my colleague came, not even no position. Can you imagine the stress that person? Lucky, the HR get higher salary. So the position still gave the higher salary, at least something. But unfortunately, he only stayed with us for 4 to 5 months. And after that, he put in his resignation and he has gone to a better organization. So 4 or 5 months, you cannot contribute much to my company, correct? So who are you contributing to? So everything you have done well, if you do not link it with the right reward, or you have to prior itself tell that this development process is actually for your own employee development. So we are not going to give you that much of reward when you come back. But definitely in future, we'll give you better salary and better position. Then you have to make a contract and give them already. Or else, it's always psychological to us that we come back, we want a better position. Okay. Now, do I need to go through this one? I think you should know. This is the further explanation. Okay, setting of individual performance goals and all those kind of things. And basically, variables, compensation packages, type of task, moral, physical, like I told you, my performance is affected by the package of compensation, the task itself, or the physical environment that I'm working with, the host environment, the multicultural. So that was the 8 that I had normal, plus all this. So that will increase my variability of evaluation. Okay. Now we talk about compensation of expatriate. You have any issues to ask? Because the one you may be very tired of listening. Because I fidgeting, fidgeting, especially when we don't want to listen, but we are forced to listen. Because my specialization is HR specializing in understanding organization behavior, people's behavior. So when you fidget a little bit here and there, it means get lost talent. Do you have any questions? Well, we are Asians, correct? I mean, I don't want to basically tell me directly, but you tell me in a lot of sign languages. And if I don't understand that, that's very blind. Okay, you have any issues to ask me? Anything before? Nothing? Wow, I've explained perfectly? Yes. Now when it comes to case study, then okay, whether we have explained it very well or not, okay? Nothing, you're okay? Why do people look at me as if like, I'm from another world and I'm speaking French and you guys are all English speaking people? Any issues? No? Can I just go through two slides, then you go for your lunch? Okay? Yeah. Thanks, yeah. This is the last slide. Then after that, I will just continue a little bit, then we go to the case analysis. Okay? Okay, paying expatriate, like I said, the objectives to be achieved, attract qualified and interest employees interested. You see, people always say when you, I don't know whether it's true or false, but when they ask us, would you like to go to Cambodia for 2 weeks for a lecture? The first thing I ask, how much you pay? My question, I've been working for many years, 25 years. I think I'm still at the Maslow, Maslow hierarchy of needs, very low. Okay, I still not much like your flight ticket, this. You know what I meant? So sometimes I'm interested in, but the package doesn't look very attractive, and then I will ask them the next question: which flight? Air Asia. That's bad. Okay. Which is the timing of the flight? Your class was on Saturday. The flight is Friday night at 10 o'clock. Huh? Then I have a normal lecture, 5 o'clock you go home, back. My eyes will come out straight away. Right? So I always ask them a lot of these questions. I say, well, when is the flight back? Classes finish Sunday at 5, flight is at 9:30. The driver will fetch you straight from the class to the
no time to shopping.
Yeah, my mind will be, when do I shop? Okay. So, last is all the questions that HR looked at. Helen, I just want to ask you, are you interested? No. Because if you give me so tight like this, I can't even see the place a little bit. And I'll be teaching, and then the next Friday I come back. What kind of incentive is this? This is not incentive for you to develop. I develop myself. You see? See, that's myself. I'm not sure how many people are like that, but majority may fall into me. Or some of them, they're so noble. They actually want the work experience, which I cannot deny. I do have friends that for them money is not an issue. They say, oh, that's good experience, exposure. How clear they are, I'm not sure. Like, for me, I'm very truthful. I will ask the HR. No money? Helen is not coming. Helen at the back is RM, in Malaysia, or probably now it's US. Okay, so that's what you want to attract the best person or the best people. Then the package has to be not the best, but at least something which is attractive. Okay. And then you facilitate the movement of expatriates between what's the objective? Do you do a lot of international mobility? Some companies, frequently they'll be sending their workers to one country to another country because they believe in making you mobile as far as possible. Okay, mobility. Now, consistent and reasonable relationship between pay level, that means the levels are very consistent. Pay levels are like your grades, like A, B, I think for private, we don't have AD, but we have like, if you are starting, what's your range? If you get into the senior position, what is your range? Then, those kind of things. So it has to be consistent. Consistent here means it's consistent with the subsidiary. So you see, like for example, some of my friends will tell us, okay, like in November, we have three groups of students one group going to UK, one group going to Korea. So they ask the lecturers, who wants to go to Korea? Because our pay, food, everything will not be so certain. Then we'll straight away say, UK, I don't. I said, UK, I don't mind. They say, what about Perth? I've been there 10 times. And I know they will not pay us the allowance as high as paying in UK. Our allowance in Korea is lesser. Our allowance in, not lesser, but okay a bit, because Korea is expensive. So they try to fix for you food. Everything is fixed, so you must eat in this restaurant and all that. But if you go to UK, so when they give you that kind of inconsistent payment, everybody be harping. There's a queue of lecturers for UK, none for Australia, and none for thing, and then they will follow the next rule. You have to go. Thank you, they use that rule. Why? Because of the inconsistency in their package. Because they also see that it's Asian, it's far or whatever, and all that. Okay, so you have to be very careful. And then we also want to see cost effective, because we are not HR people, we are not welfare officers. We're not giving you to go to UK to have a good experience and come back and say, wow, one country is covered for overseas, which is the next country. No. You have to bring us back. So if we go to UK and spend our time, when we come back, we have to train some of our lecturers. Their systems, their thing. And our lecturers don't improve, they will knock on our head. It's not their performance goes down, our performance goes down as well. Because it must be very cost effective. Okay? So problem facing in deciding the remuneration, it's because it's very easy. How can I pay you the same? Because the country's environments are different. So if you go to Australia, Australia is 2.8. So that's 2.8 to 1 Australian dollar. If you go to UK, it's different, correct? Almost 6. Almost 6. So if they give me what they give me in Australia and give me 10, then I have to sit on the street and do some begging then in order for me to survive. Because there's a different styles and also we're going to a more developed countries, correct? Or we're going to the parent company and the thing that we're expecting different kind, which is quite natural. Okay? Then vary compensation based on family situation of expatriate. That's why I told you, if you have 12 children, you're very lucky, you get more compensation. Okay, you have no children, you're very bad. We give you less compensation because more you basically have. That remuneration when re-entering parent company organization. When you re-enter, also they have to give you higher salaries and all those kind of things. Okay, and the last one must accommodate changes in the international business environment. So nowadays, if you say to yourself, I have international exposure, I have been to 10, 20, what are you telling me? My salary 10, 20 times more than others. You agree? Because you have done a lot of jobs, experience and all that, so we are expecting. So today now, if we recruit and select one international manager, we pay a bomb. So the more country he goes and come or she goes and come, Malaysian situation for the mass. We have selected and recruited and selected the new CEO. He has turned around many big airlines who are going down the drain. I can imagine how much we pay. Part of the GST. He said, because of his export. So if we have any workers in our company who has a very good international exposure, they're all very expensive. So sometimes they get it based on their experience that they I'll stop here. Okay, please go and enjoy your lunch. And can I just remind you, when you come, please have the downloaded document of the case studies and your assignment. I don't ask you to physically download, but you can download your tab or your iPhone or whatever it is, but you read it. Okay, if you're not access to something, to your portal, please get it access. We need. Okay, or else you're paying me free of charge. So I just sit down and wait for your discussion. You don't have paper, I will just sit and wait until 5 o'clock.
The discussion is today.
Today, after I finish my slide, probably by 3 o'clock, I will start the first discussion, that is the LVMH, that is the Louis Vuitton case study. Tomorrow, since all of you are here, can I just take 5 minutes of you? You're very hungry?
No.
Hungry people are angry people. Okay, 5 minutes here. What I want you to do, I will tell you now. I'm covering most of these topics already. Second, I will do with you a case study which is Louis Vuitton. Okay. Tomorrow, the first part of the discussion will be your assignment. Please make sure you have the downloaded document. And do you all work in groups, or you just love to work individually? Individual, because I don't impose anything. If you want to work in group, that's fine with me. If you want to work individually, please have a look at your assignment. Your assignment requirement is that you basically have to do 3 international HRM comparison from 3 countries. So like it or not, today you sit with the Google, not Twitter, not Facebook, and look at 3 countries. Because if you come here and start looking at it, I'm okay. Because when you search, I just sit down. But that's unfair because you pay me. So if you bring issues, we can discuss. So please download what are the international HR issues of the 3 countries. If you don't understand, we can understand in the class. Okay, and I will explain to you the requirement and how do you go about doing your assignment in the first half in the morning. Afternoon, we will do your final exam case study. That is the Nokia Siemens merger. And it's a slightly challenging case study because it is much towards marketing and HR. It's not just HR, it's a brand management. So I'm sure you have done marketing before? Yes. Okay, very good. If it's gone to lost memory, unconscious memory, bring it back to the current memory. Okay, because we will look at brand management where the marketing department will work hands-on with the HR department and how this creates synergy for the organization. We do that in the afternoon so that you get yourself prepared. Now, if you get into the portal, you will see my email. Hereira33@hotmail. That's my personal email. If you have any queries, email me. Okay, but don't email in such a way. Explain about the case. Then I reply, who are you? Okay. Please don't ask me to explain about the case, and by the time I type the case, I also work full time. I don't have the time. Okay, but you read the case, you have any issues, you can ask me. And your assignment, please do not upload into your portal before sending it to me for check. Let me check. But if you're 100% very sure of yourself, I don't want to take the sure off that. You upload. But then I catch you, then you have to redo again. I'm not sure what's your system like. You know, like in certain universities that I teach, there's no redoing. Pass off it. Then you have to sit for the next semester. Okay? So let me have a look at your assignment. I will read it, but I'm not going to tell you every word that you have done, but I will just say, oh, this one is okay. The moment you hear the word okay, you upload. No okay, and I've written 1 page of explanation. And if you don't really understand the explanation, I'll give you my handphone number at that email and tell you when to call me. I'll explain to you. Is it clear? But I only see my emails from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. You send me 5:01, I see it next day. And don't send me email at 5:01 and say, Miss, reply as soon as possible. Don't use that word to pay back. Okay, SAPS, okay? Because I also need time. After 5, I have a lot of other things to do. I have to go to school. So you send me, better you send me very early so I can deal it with you and send it back before I go to my class at 9 o'clock, by 8 o'clock or something like that. Okay, is it clear? Okay, so don't upload without my, not that I've been like a very hierarchical, but I scared, when you don't do it well, and with all the money, I will also include my bank account. If you have so much money to repeat yourself many times, please include and give some CSR. Okay, thank you. Go for the lunch. I will see you at about 2 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. Let me have a look at it. And is it Myanmar? Yeah, I think it's a Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's Singapore, Myanmar, which is formerly called Burma. Okay, and Malaysia. Hostile cultural model. Okay, now if you look at this question, it says basically differences and similarity, correct? So culture affects you. Okay, yes. But remember, these countries are in the same region. Yeah. So they may fall, yeah, exactly. More or less the same. Like you see, like you talk about collectivism, we are very collective. Especially, when we don't want to, when we make decisions, we don't have to make single decisions. Correct? You ask me, what's your decision? I'm not sure. I want to make it together. So we're more of collective, but there is elements of individuality if we talk about Singapore. Because Singapore is slightly different. So if you have worked in Singapore before, like last time I used to work in Singapore, and it's very individual. It's individualism. It's like your performance is you. Okay, so we don't even care what you do. You are upside down. That's your business and all that. But it's moving towards that. So you have to see that slight differences. Okay. So because it's okay, because it says that you examine the likely differentiality of designing and implement. So when you design, you can bring the culture in. Because we are designing policies, correct? Practices and all that. So when we design it, culture comes in.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
just off.
Because the student is also, his laptop is there.
Okay. I'll just lock the store.
Okay, so I can just keep this back here.
Inform them we'll only open the door upon your arrival because we've got delivery, right?
It's okay.
No.
As long as someone is there. I will lock myself and go on.
You didn't go for lunch?
No, I just came back. I wanted to on the can. I can, yeah. Was it something else? No, it's on, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I just go to my car for 2 minutes. You can sit. Taken your lunch?
Ah, yes.
Are you finishing your module?
My final exam for international marketing because I have not enough the booklet.
Oh, you should
I
have
don't
taken
have the
it.
paper, so that's why this morning I came early and asked them for the paper, so to finish up the.
Okay, I shall not disturb you. Who's the lecturer who taught you international management?
Miss Iwan Lee. You met her before?
No. I have another lecturer who comes here quite often. Is it Rashad, Dr. Rashad?
Oh yeah, he's from Help also. He taught us strategic.
Oh, kena keluarkan dulu ya.